Committee, it's 9 o'clock. We're ready to start. I'm having a little bit of tech. Can they hear me out there? There we go. No, that was just the light. There we go.
No, that's the whole.
Yeah. Everything's up. There it goes. There we go. Committee, it's time to start. If you can hear me?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Thank you. Thank you. We have some of our members that will be on WebEx today. Thank you all for being here. If you see technical people trying to work on my computer, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties this morning. I want to begin by personally and publicly thanking Representative Landwehr for her assistance. Some of you know that I had a fall in December playing basketball with my grandsons in the driveway in heels, which I don't recommend. But I do have my heels back on today. I went from a walker to a cane to back into heels and feeling like me again. Representative Landwehr has been so sweet and has given me let me borrow her cushion to sit on, which was a huge help. And I want to say thank you so much to her. As you can see on the agenda, we have a very packed schedule today. Those of you who know me know that I like to stay on time and stay on schedule. We will be giving you 3 minutes to speak. We will allow time for questions after and try to stay right on our agenda. We're going to begin with a presentation on KanCare from individuals, providers, and organizations. Committee, at the end of the meeting at around 4 o'clock, we will be discussing the former minutes. So let's begin with the presentation from Colin Olenek. And if I butcher your name, please correct me when you come up to the microphone. The Legislative Liaison for the Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas. Colin, welcome to committee.
Thank you. My name is Colin Olenek. I am the Legislative Liaison for the Self-Advocate Coalition of Kansas. I am here to speak to you today about the recent visits by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid concerning the final rule and conflicts of interest between targeted case management and agencies, and also the KanCare contract renewals. I just want to make sure that self-advocates are at the table when the new contracts proposals are up for consideration, and to make you aware of the report and findings of CMS, finding that Kansas and the sites they visited were out of compliance with the final rule, mostly that staff and others at these sites were unaware of the final settings rule. And I will stand for questions at the appropriate time. Yeah.
Colin, thank you so much for your testimony, and we will ask questions at the end.
Yeah.
Next, we have Craig Knutson, Policy Analyst for Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities, KDADS. Craig, welcome to committee.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities. My name is Craig Knutson, Policy Analyst for the Council. You have a copy of the council's written testimony, so I'll just touch upon some of the main points in it. Kansans with disabilities, their families, and our state's caregivers are facing a multifaceted crisis. My comments today will focus on three essential components of addressing these issues outlined in our written testimony. First of all, we need to fully fund and end the Kansas IDD waiting list. Secondly, we need to address and modernize the disability workforce in Kansas. And thirdly, we need to proactively address the aging and caregiving crisis in Kansas. As of April 11th, 2023, the waiting list for IDD waiver services was 4,950 Kansans with IDD. This is an increase of 137 individuals over the last month alone. Kansans with IDD are forced to wait at least 10 years for waiver supports and services. The council commends the leadership of State Representative Carpenter and members of the IDD Waiver Modernization Special Committee for the recommendation of a community supports waiver with an initial goal of serving 500 people in the first year of implementation. While the community supports waiver will take time to implement, our state can enact several short-term measures to ensure a successful rollout by addressing and modernizing the disability workforce in Kansas. Initially, we need to increase the reimbursement rates for targeted case management in Kansas. KDADS, again, applauds the efforts by the Kansas House and Senate leadership to increase the TCM rate to $75 an hour. And the council encourages you to ensure that rate is preserved in the final budget. Secondly, we need to expand the workforce infrastructure in Kansas to increase competitive integrated employment for people with disabilities. One step in the right direction the legislature can take right now is the adoption of the Social Services Budget Committee recommendation that authorizes $1 million for the establishment of an innovation grants program modeled after the bipartisan federal Transition to Competitive Integrated Employment Act to assist providers who maintain 14C certificates and pay sub-minimum wages and off-ramp into true supported employment services. An innovation transformation grant would allow the state and providers to develop and stabilize a better direct support professional workforce that focuses on competitive integrated employment outcomes, including staff training, certification, and the building of a career ladder. And finally, we need to make sure that we are proactively addressing the aging and caregiving crisis in Kansas. Kansas has a rapidly aging population, and many caregivers will be needing supports and services themselves. The council strongly encourages the committee to begin taking steps to address this crisis in aging population. Specifically, this could include allowing for more flexibility to offer more individualized supports and services. This would allow providers, as well as families and individuals, to bill for services that are not allowed under the current IDD waiver. Secondly, increasing individualized supports to ensure that waiver participants and their families have an individualized budget authority option. And finally, allowing family members to become paid caregivers under the waiver system through a consumer-directed personal assistance program. Thank you again for your ongoing leadership addressing the needs of Kansans with IDD, and I'll be open for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Craig. Next, we have Roxanne Hidaka, co-owner and targeted case manager for Case Management Services. Luann, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Roxanne Hidaka. I'm co-owner of Case Management Services and have been a targeted case manager for 30 years. I would like to bring just a few things to your attention. I see I'm probably going to reiterate what's already been said. The first thing on my list was the 10-year waiting list. It's quite sad to see families and individuals not receiving services. And it's difficult to get crisis funding. And then I wanted to talk about the EPSDT, early and periodic screening, diagnostic, and treatment that states are required to provide per CMS, Central Medicaid Services. We would like to see all FMS providers providing billing for this service. This has been quite difficult for us to get for our individuals. And then a few things about calling the DCF in Lenexa, Kansas. We have families and individuals that have been held on hold for over 6 hours. So we need to do something about this. The KanCare letters are coming out from the clearinghouse. Our families are receiving one letter one week. Next week, they get another letter that is totally the opposite of the letter that they got the week before. So there's something not working up there. And then just a note about the MCO care coordinators needing to see our individuals in person, but the meeting is like for 10 minutes, so the time that it takes to get to the family home or wherever, it takes longer to get there than it does to have the meeting. So we're wondering where that rule is coming from. And then just a quick little thing about our state institutions. I have an individual in Parsons. His parents were unable to see his room for the past 3 years. They were finally able to go in there, and they were less than pleased by how filthy it was, and he hadn't had a bathroom light in his bathroom for over 2 years. So I think we need a little more oversight as to what's happening in our institutions. I'd love to do away with institutions, but we're not at that point in Kansas. We also had an individual go to Larned for competency observation and found out that she had been put in solitary confinement, which is the last thing she needed. They found her competent to stand trial, and we have no idea how that happened. So I know that, KDHE is over the state institutions, but I do think we need more oversight. Thank you so much for your time. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Roxanne. Next, we have Emily Tallman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Emily Tolman. I'm not a professional, so if I say anything wrong or I break etiquette, I apologize in advance. I also wanted to let you guys know, just to be clear, I am a state employee, so that's kind of how I know so much. But I'm not here representing the state. I don't represent any kind of agency. So everything that I'm going to go over is public information that anybody can find. Just want to be clear. But I wanted to talk to you guys about the protected income limit. This committee has worked so hard to raise it for the home and community-based services population, and that has been amazing. It went from a flat amount to a higher flat amount, all the way to being able to be increased based on the standard SSI payment. It has to be 300%. So many people have benefited from that, but there is another community that we are leaving out. They are known as the medically needy. I have in my written testimony how that differs, but I know you all know a lot about KanCare already, so I won't go over that. Basically, it's anyone who is disabled or elderly, but are not to the point of needing the home and community-based services or nursing facility services yet. So they are put on what's called a spend down, where their income is too high, so you have to spend down to get Medicaid. The protected income limit for that program is only $475. It has not seen an increase since 1999, or 1994 is what it is. That's incredibly low. And I think it hasn't been such a big deal, really, because they're not expected to pay that to anyone like you do with a client obligation or with a patient liability to the nursing facility. You're just supposed to incur it. But in the real world, you still owe that spend down amount to your provider that you saw to incur that expense. And based on, I have it in here, based on the average Social Security payment. That alone, if you didn't have a pension, you didn't have capers, that's almost $6,000 that you would have to incur every 6 months to qualify for any kind of Medicaid benefit. I used to live in Hayes with my husband. We have a lot of family out there, and there is a very large elderly population out there. You hear all the time how difficult it is for them to afford their medications, to even be able to go to a doctor. And it's also so incredibly frustrating that we can't help them more, especially when they're having to figure out, how am I going to afford my diabetes test strips this month because I have to pay my rent. And we, as their adult children, we want to help. We help all that we can, but it's not enough.
Thank you, Emily.
I'll be available for questions if anyone
Thank you.
has.
I'm sure we'll have some for you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Scott Lopez, owner and occupational therapist.
Good morning.
Welcome, Scott.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you. I wanted to thank you for the progress from our last meeting. I think there's been a lot of buzz around CRT and assistive technology and the reimbursement rates and how we're providing access to Kansans. Special shout out to Representative Carpenter. He actually reached out to me a couple days after the committee meeting to clarify some understanding and recognize what our problems were and how to move forward. And he asked for some additional funding in the budget. So thank you, Representative Carpenter, for that. Today, I want to talk a little bit about my intentions as a business. At Alliance Rehab, we have made the difficult decision to suspend services May 1st until we can get some sort of resolution. This has been a hard decision for me to make because personally, as a lifelong Kansan, I don't want to give up on the state. I don't want to give up on the individuals that have needs in our communities. So I'm going to continue personally to fight for these individuals and work together side by side with them to make sure we have access to the appropriate technologies for them to be more independent and active members in their communities. Just so you guys know, some of the agencies I work with is Johnson County Infant and Toddler Services. I work with Johnson County Developmental Support Services. I also work with Britton Development Center at Advent Health. Pardon me, I've lost my voice, so I'm struggling a little bit here. But I have met with a couple of those agencies. In fact, yesterday, Britton Development Center had me in to meet with them to discuss how to move forward because they're concerned about their kids. So I met with the director of Britton Development and Advent's government affairs individual because they're concerned that their kids aren't going to have access to the services they require come May 1st. Here's some good news. I had a very impactful and positive meeting with United Healthcare on Wednesday this week. Their CEO, their COO, and their program manager came to my office. We sat down and we talked about the issues and the concerns, and they're Kansans just like I am and you guys are. And they have concerns because they're United Healthcare, but they're not your typical United Healthcare that I see on a commercial side. They want to take care of the community. They want to find a solution. So Kevin Sparks and the team, kudos to them for coming out. And we talked about not only outcomes, but they're seeing very good outcomes for their members when they use Alliance Rehab. They also report better turnaround times than maybe our competitors in the market where kids are getting these devices earlier in the process. And they said the patient satisfaction is extremely high with the customers or the beneficiaries we serve. So that's really important. So thank you to those members of United Healthcare for that. Two things I want to talk about is timely access and the waiver bid process. And I think, are we out of time? All right, well, maybe
I'm sure
it's in my testimony.
Yes.
I didn't want to read the testimony this time, but please look through that testimony and
We will.
I'll
and
be available for
I'm
questions.
sure we'll have questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Matt Fletcher, and Matt's with us virtually. Matt, are you there?
Yes, Chair Gossage and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. And also thank you for your hard work during the 2023 legislative session. What I'd like to speak to you in my time today is the KanCare RFP public input process. And the state of Kansas has begun that input process that is required as a part of the next KanCare RFP offering. So far, a handful of listening sessions have been held with system stakeholders, providers, and families, and we're appreciative of those opportunities as we believe the current iteration of Medicaid managed care in our state needs improvement. However, we would urge that input opportunities be structured to afford the greatest level of flexibility possible for participants in sharing concerns that are important to them. In previous RFP cycles, participants complained that input opportunities were rigid and scripted, allowing for little exploration of the concerns expressed. InterHub's members will be engaged this year in the public input process, and our members have identified a number of priorities they believe should be considered in the upcoming RFP. I've included these in my written testimony, but they include increased transparency for the KanCare process. That's been something that has plagued the previous iterations of KanCare, and really the public should be able to access, interpret, and share data from the KanCare model. Kansas taxpayers also deserve to know how state funds are being utilized by the managed care organizations, as well as the amount of funds that are being taken out of the state in the form of profits or administrative reimbursements. We also believe that accountability needs to be greatly increased for the KanCare program. In addition, oversight has been a longstanding issue as well, and we would encourage that the state be given the tools necessary to conduct the oversight of this very large program that's providing services to the entire Medicaid population in Kansas. In addition, we think there are opportunities in the next iteration of KanCare for the IDD system in Kansas to modernize the system in many ways. And to a large extent, the IDD system has been frozen in place since its inclusion in KanCare. There have been a number of innovations that have occurred elsewhere in the United States that could be brought to bear to the benefit of persons supported and to the whole. And we would encourage round of KanCare. We also believe meet unmet system needs via the KanCare model. And there are longstanding issues such as transportation and housing, access to community employment, and of course the waiting list that has already been mentioned in testimony today. And KanCare should be a means to exploring and resolving many of those longstanding issues for the IDD population. Finally, we believe that it's time for reinvestment to occur within the KanCare model. Rather than allowing millions of dollars of Kansas funds to leave the state each year, we believe that the state should compel managed care organizations to engage in significant reinvestment in our communities for the purposes of addressing those systemic barriers to populations served by KanCare. Among those that I've already referred your attention today to this important issue, and I'm happy to answer questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Matt. And Committee Nick will not be with us today. We're moving on to Haley and Ordoin. Oh, did I get it? Oh my goodness. Legislative Chair for Kansas Adult Care Executives.
You did get it, and you didn't even have to phone a friend. Yes, my name is Haley Ordoin. It's nice to be here in front of you all again, several of you without your adaptive assistance. I get those basketball games in heels. The kitten heels are the secret. But my name is Haley Ordoin. I'm here on behalf of the Kansas Adult Care Executives. We represent the administrators and operators in the industry of senior care across the state of Kansas. I really wanted to come to you today with three things. One, a thank you. One, a concern. And three, an ask. The first thing is regarding the budget. Thank you to all of you who have heard us loud and clear that we need an increase in our reimbursement rates for Medicaid for providing in those services, and also the additional efforts of KHCA introducing the Medicaid rate increase for the occupancy percentage. So we thank you all for your efforts. We just really pray that that is not a vetoed line in the governor's budget. Hopefully her time having spent even on this committee prior to her time as governor will play a part in knowing the true needs of Kansans in the senior living industry. Second, the application processing and reprocessing for Medicaid. I know you've heard some of this already, but what we are seeing is absolutely over 45 days. We're having a lot of issues with our members where the communication is not where it needs to be. We are having letters that, are supposed to be 10 days, 14 days for response and communication, and our members aren't even receiving them until that 7-10 day mark. And then when they, have 2-3 days to scramble and get information, they're already behind the 8 ball, or it's already too late. They contact the clearinghouse and ask for some extensions, and they're not given that time. There's also some new additional things that they're being asked for. One example we had that we just thought was completely ridiculous was a member was helping a resident apply. The resident was in her facility. The spouse was at home. They asked for the spouse's pay stubs as proof of wages. Okay, that's not abnormal. They knew to send that. But then the clearinghouse came back and asked for the pay stubs to be signed by the employer's boss, hand signatures and notarized, validating that they were actually legitimate. Like, we've never ran into this before, so it seems like maybe some things are changing or have changed that we have not been communicated to ahead of time. So we're just asking for some clarity and transparency on if anything has changed in that process that we really need to know, because we pride ourselves, and especially those of us that are veterans that have done this before, we know what we need to have prior to the application even being sent, and even some of us are being stubbed. And I know my time is up. The last thing is House Bill 2264. I know the terms have changed a lot for that. The only concern that we have is if we are at risk for being out of compliance federally to abide by the state, meaning if we have visitation that is supposed to be done on the state level and the federals impose that we can't, we're in a rock and a hard place between receiving fines and penalties. I thank you all for your time, and I'm free for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Haley. Committee, we will not have Linda with us today, but we will move to Shannon. And is it Flack? Flock.
Good morning. I'm Shannon Flock with the Kansas Hospital Association, and I'll just give a little bit of an update. We continue to meet with the Medicaid MCOs quarterly. And of course, as you've heard before, the main topics on that were the credentialing and prior authorizations issues. And the reason I think this will continue to be on the top of that list is the fact that 56 of our hospitals here in Kansas have been identified as at high risk of closing, and that's really because of financial losses and days cash on hand being very, very low, and that continues to be a financial challenge right now for a hospital. So taking away that administrative burden that we are consistently seeing with these two issues of credentialing and the prior authorizations will continue to be at the top of that list. We've got to figure out how to make things more efficient so our hospitals stay open and we have access to care in the Medicaid realm of what we're looking at. So, I think we put some statistics in my written testimony that really shows the administrative burden around prior authorization and the cost of what it's taking our hospitals to do that. So again, I won't go through those. The other thing I wanted to mention real quick is that the state hospital associations got together here this last week and are in the process of putting together a spreadsheet that you guys may be interested in. Where we're going to do a spreadsheet of how each state goes about doing fee schedule increases for the Medicaid program. So I think that would be interesting information for you to see as to how other states are going about that process and doing those fee schedule increases every year. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. And finally, of this group, we have Sean Gatewood. Sean, you're with us. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It is my pleasure to be in front of you again today. I want to sort of bring your attention to a couple of processes that are going on. They've both been mentioned by in previous testimony. One is the re-procurement process. So there have been a handful of hearings, for lack of a better word, hearings that were done by KDADS. I understand that those are to be posted. I haven't seen them get posted yet, but to be fair, it's been a couple of days since I've looked. I would invite members of this committee, just because it is so different, that process, compared to the legislative process, watch some of that. You hear different things. I don't want to be anti-lobbyist given what I do for a living, but it's very, very different to hear from the folks that are working in those communities, or the folks that are experienced, the actual consumers and the providers in the field, and what they're telling KDHE. It's just a different experience than what you get here every quarter. So I think that's going to be available. I don't think you need all 6, 8, 10 hours of it, but a sample you might get some benefit from. There's also an opportunity for folks to submit testimony. That's, again, something that's public and you can take a look at. At the same time, the heightened scrutiny sort of inspections that were talked about earlier about the final settings rule, that I think there's going to be a report out on that. And the state, it's looking like the state has some improvements that it needs to make. I think that those two things have some very key issues that are going to be sort of in common. One is the issue of non-emergent transportation and competitive integrated employment. Now, those two things are two of a whole list that can be addressed during those two processes. But the reason I bring those specifically up is I frequently get asked, well, Sean, where do we, the state's done a great job of sort of working toward building capacity for the waivers, but where do we come up with more folks? Where do we come up with more people? Well, in the generalized workforce, there still is a pretty high rate of unemployment among people with disabilities, and those are the two ways we get them. We can engage the disability community to work on some of our other issues, and that's one way that they can give back. There's other things in my testimony, and I would invite you to take a look at that. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Sean. I always appreciate that you don't read your testimony to us, that you speak to us, since we have it here. So committee, we do have written-only testimony that you see there on your agenda. But at this time, we have until 9:45, so I'd like to open this up for questions. Questions, do we have, or committee, do we have questions, and for whom? Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Haley? Okay, I guess I'm a little bit curious about this pay stub issue that you're referring to.
Yeah, it threw our provider off too. Like I said, we're just seeing, we're previously, okay, we understand, we submit, household income, proof of expenses, we understand that. But asking for that additional step to where, I've previously had too, anything through DCF, okay, they would send out a letter verifying employment, submit the pay stubs, we, sign these forms. It just seemed like additional steps that we have never seen before, and it's delaying things. And I think that's our biggest frustration, is that these additional things are really delaying the process. And I don't know about the state, but we sure don't have time for that. So we're getting a little frustrated with that. And the timeline too of the communication of information. I was literally just on the phone with a provider during testimony that she had the stamping on her stub of communication. It took over 7 days to even get to her building, and she communicates as the facilitator. So it's over 7 days already that the information's getting to us of what we need, and then we have a very short turnaround time to get the information to the state. It's like, wait, but then very up, and get the information to the state. We're running into issues too with, faxed information. If we send 10 pages, well, they might have 3 of it, and it's not getting communicated appropriately too. There's just a lot of communication breakdowns, and I would be happy, as would several members, to be part of finding any sort of resolution to streamline the process.
I think probably, Madam Chair, when we have the agency before us later today, that we need to bring that question to them. And I don't know if anyone else has got a question for Haley before I bring up the next person, rather than them being little
Senator
Jack in the
Petty?
boxes.
Where'd that little thing go?
It just goes away.
Just went away. Haley, are you, sorry, this little guy went flying. Were you talking about, thank you, were you talking about multiple times this has occurred or once?
The pay stub?
Concerning the pay stub thing.
This is one specific example, but we do have providers getting asked for additional information. So that is one very specific time, but we are having additional information being requested that we haven't had before.
So, but that particular one was once.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's kind of, it's the quantity of how many times it's happening. So I can see why it's a concern, but if it's happening once, that's a little bit different than it's happening 30 times. The other thing is about it, when you mention about the time delay of things coming to the facility, is this a mail issue?
That's this specific case that I'm referencing. Yes, it was a mail. It was stamped and not received for 7 days. So yes, it appears as if it is a mail issue, and also that is the means of communication that is being used. So if that's not a trustworthy means of communication, then I think there needs to be better collaboration between the state agencies and the facilities on communicating, either a different platform, what have you, some additional backups.
And is that multiple times or is that once?
That's multiple times.
Thanks.
Other questions for Haley while she's here? I have one for you, Haley.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you be a little bit more, because I agree with Representative Landor, I'd like to talk to the department, but when you said they're asking for things we've never had to provide before, can you be a little bit more specific about those things?
Yeah, so it appears as if they're asking for even additional proof of what we've already sent in. And that is where it just extends out the timeline. Like I said, that's the biggest example that I had to bring to you. But where we have documents that we've sent in, it's almost as if that wasn't legitimate enough and we needed some human point contact for verification.
Haley, I'd like you to be a little bit more specific than that. You said we had to send in more things, like...
Okay, so like in this example, it was, that we normally, in the past, would send in, here's a pay stub, here's a proof of a bill, proof of the expense, okay? And that was what was needed. There's the proof of this. Now we're getting sent back that we need someone from this company to sign, to have this document notarized that this is legitimate, that this isn't like a fraudulently constructed bill or pay stub. And that is extending it out, at least 2 weeks by the time we'd get that information, send it into the state acknowledge it, receive it, upload it, and then they process anything additional that they need from us at that point.
So if someone has a pay stub from an employer, they're asking for a signature from an employer to verify that this was indeed a pay stub from that company?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. And Representative Landor, you had a question for another conferee.
Yes, Shannon? Okay, you brought up the credentialing issue, and that's something that this committee has looked into, and we've tried to figure out ways to streamline it and just haven't been able to get there yet.
Yeah.
And it's not just because of lack of trying, just so that you understand that. And then the other is on the prior authorization, outside of just getting rid of prior authorization, what solution do you have?
Yeah, so that's actually a good question. We actually talked about that a lot in this last meeting when we had the hospital representatives meet with the MCOs about how do we come to a resolution. We both have different bottom lines of how we want it resolved. Of course, the hospitals, of course, would love to not have to do the process at all, or put some things in place like gold carding or things things like that, that would help reduce the burden. Where, I mean, they have their own resolution. And so how do we come to some kind of resolution as to both of us come to an agreement? We have come out, we will be meeting as a subgroup with the Medicaid MCOs as to what's something that we can compromise on to decrease the administrative burden. And hospitals understand that for some cases, prior authorizations are needed. For example, Ozempic. I mean, pretty simple that we don't want the drug to run out in its main purpose of diabetes. We don't want people using it for weight loss. So we understand that you need to check that there is a diabetes diagnosis before the drug is given. So there are reasons for prior authorizations, but how do we come together as a resolution to reduce the cost of what it's costing our hospitals to do prior authorization? I don't have a resolution. I'm hoping our subcommittee can come together to figure that out. One thing that we've talked about are some of those things that would, gold card. And the physicians that are having, 95% of their prior authorizations approved. Can they be exempt? They're the ones that are doing it right. And obviously, but they're having to spend hours in appeals and on the phone. So how can we put a few things in place to help us? Let's start somewhere. So hopefully that subcommittee can come together with a resolution. And I'm not saying hospitals are perfect. We've talked about that before. We have coding, documentation issues. So one thing that I presented to them, I said, so what education can you provide to our hospitals? If something's getting denied over and over again because of a coding issue, can you do a write-up to our hospitals to tell them, this is how it needs to happen for you to get approved the next time? So what kind of education can you provide our hospitals as to what are the constant denials and how they can do things better? So how do we come together on that?
Shannon, I think the coding is on you guys. That's not necessarily on the insurance companies. And I noticed in your testimony, you brought up Medicare Advantage plans, and that's all handled by the feds. We have absolutely nothing to do with that.
Right.
And so even if we were to take the pre-authorization away on our MCOs, you're still going to have it with the private insurances, and you're still going to have it with Medicare Advantage plans.
Exactly.
There's a cost control in this. Because whether people like it or not, we do have medical professionals that will say, well, let's do this $5,000 test when the $500 test is probably more appropriate. Because 9 times out of 10, a lot of times on these tests, the medical professionals pretty much know the diagnosis before they see the test. It's more of a verification. And it makes more sense to do the $500 one if you don't need the $5,000. So there has to be some cost controls out there.
Absolutely. But you could see, and the reason because Medicare Advantage had those statistics available readily. We are working on doing those for the Medicaid and the other private insurances. But you will see that 95% of those are approved eventually anyway. So
it showed that 94% of the requests were approved without appeal. That's a pretty good approval rate. So you're dealing with 6% on Medicare.
Right.
What are you dealing with on Medicaid?
Well, that's it. I don't have those statistics, and that's why I couldn't. And we are working on what we call an all-payer scorecard to be able to give you some more statistics on the private insurances and the Medicaid. Luckily, the OIG did the audits to be able to come together and give you some statistics around Medicare Advantage.
Okay, year after year, and this will be my wrap-up, Madam Chair, is year after year, we hear from individuals like yourself and other organizations, pre-auth is the problem. And then we talk to the other side, and it's like coding's the problem. Talk to the patient, and they're saying billing is a problem because something wasn't coded right with the patient. Mm-hmm. So it's a two-way street here. So I think that there needs to be if we get rid of pre-authorization, do you know where that cost goes?
If you
increase costs. If you get rid of pre-authorization, where does that increase in cost go?
Well, I mean, the insurance companies are going to say it goes to the member. That's
exactly where it goes.
I don't think it does.
It's no. What do you mean?
It is costing us millions and billions of dollars to do prior
But
authorization.
you cannot come in, you have not come into this committee with data, like you did with the Medicare Advantage stuff, to show us what those percentages are of denials.
For Medicaid. Happy, like I said, we're in the process of putting together some statistics around Medicaid only, so.
Okay. Well, I think
Happy to
that's
do
when we
that.
can have an actual real conversation, is when we have your data so that you can show us which insurance companies are your problems.
Yeah.
All right?
Yep,
Thank
happy
you.
to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative. I would just say, Shannon, if you could come up for 1 second, and we're at 9:45, but I just want to reiterate to you, if you may recall in our last Bob Bethell meeting, I offered to meet with the MCOs and the Hospital Association, because having been 20 years working with helping individuals on the individual side, looking at those bills, trying to figure out what happened, why isn't the pre-authorization done yet, working with insurance companies, working with hospitals to help the insured. I'd be happy to sit in on those meetings. MCO said they would invite me and be happy to do that. Hospitals have said the same, but I understand you just had a meeting. I would have loved to have been there just to be a mediator, if nothing else.
We're
Ask
happy to-
questions
yep.
from both sides. So if that small committee does meet, I would be happy to be present.
Great, perfect. We've been actually waiting for an invite. I guess it was a little bit of confusion about who was going to get that committee together. So happy to do that, and yes,
Okay,
love to have
thank you
you.
very much. Committee, we're out of time, but I think we may have a couple more quick questions, real quick. Okay. All right. Representative, yes, Representative Ruiz.
Sorry, I was trying to get you before you sat down. Has there been any talk amongst the Hospital Association regarding prior authorization, having non-clinical staff be able to be on the phone and trying to get the prior authorization versus, I mean, you know, because every hospital has billing staff. I
Right.
don't understand why billing staff cannot be the ones that are doing this versus having to have clinical staff sit there on the phone.
Well, I think it's a little bit of education as to how much non-clinical staff know the details, the medical details. I mean, you work in that too. Sometimes to have that clinical expert there, it makes it quite a bit easier. So, is it always needed that the clinical staff has to do it? Probably not. Yeah,
Thank you.
so.
Thank you, Representative Ruiz. Thank you, Shannon. We have one last question. Is it for Shannon? Representative Concanon. Thank you, Shannon.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
My question's for Scott Lopez. Thank you for I'm sorry that you couldn't get through it. I've read between people, I've read a little bit, and I just wanted to ask you, there's a paragraph where you mentioned that the MCOs will approve equipment, bill for it, that it's denied. And can you talk about that process just a little bit?
Yeah, so there's a little asterisk at the bottom of all our prior approvals that say prior approval does not guarantee payment. So now I'm stuck because the family's got a prior approval and they say, hey, Scott, can you order my kid's equipment? It's been approved. However, the last 5 standing frames I delivered, approved through Kansas Medicaid, with their approval, I deliver it, I bill it, and they deny the claim. Now, I'm working with the MCOs. Since we are collaborating better with each other, United Healthcare has paid all 5 of those claims this week. However, prior auth does not guarantee payment. So what that does is that creates more efficiency. And yes, my non-clinical staff is following up on this and using our documentation from our clinical teams to fight these denials. However, it's a delay in access. It's fear of the patient not getting their equipment. It's a fear of us not getting paid appropriately. And then if I don't get paid through the prior auth, what do I do? Build a Medicaid family and make them pay for the standing frame and collect for them? Or do I go and take it away from the kid because we didn't get paid for it? So now you're leaving me in a predicament where I'm trying to provide services that are prescribed by a physician, documented by a therapist, and perceived to be approved, and they're not really approved. So that's what we're struggling with.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to throw out there that I don't understand the purpose of prior authorization if it's not approval for payment. So thank you.
Many states are going to putting laws in place that say prior approvals must guarantee payment.
Scott, I have some additional questions for you, but we're out of time, but I will get back with you personally. Thank you so much. Committee, we're going to move on to our 9:45, which is a presentation by Kansas Behavior Supports. Holly Creamer.
Good morning. Again, my name is Holly Kramer. I'm the Regional Director for Kansas Behavior Supports. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for allowing me to speak today. Who is Kansas Behavior Supports? I grew up in Hoxie, Kansas, and our office is located out of Russell, Kansas. So growing up as a rural kiddo, I have a very strong vision of serving our families throughout the rural communities of Kansas. We provide behavior analysis therapy for children diagnosed with autism. We primarily provide in-home services and community where we get to be in it with our clients. We get to be in it with our families. We get to help them through the struggles that they face. We become very close to them throughout our services. The 2021 Autism Task Team created a beautiful report. This report gave us hope that we are going to be able to sustain providing these services statewide. This report, the very first two things that were mentioned were that we needed to incentivize providers and we needed to increase the reimbursement rates. And again, that still holds very true. We haven't seen this happen yet. Challenges faced in providing the services throughout the state that we're doing right now, travel and mileage associated. We're trying to reach our rural families, and we have a lot of miles. The average provider technician that goes to serve our children is about 60 to 100 miles per day. We need to provide ongoing resources and training for our technicians and supervisory staff. And with the current reimbursement rates, we also struggle with that. Ability to hire higher education staff that are between technician and supervisory educational level. So there's a big gap right now between that level of being a behavior technician and then supervising that. And we need to be able to create levels in between, but reimburse them accordingly. And we can't with these reimbursement rates. There's so many efforts and work involved behind the scenes. Case management, we don't get a bill for. We can only bill for services where we are actually one-on-one with the client or the client's parents. Scheduling, rescheduling, coordinating with schools and communities and other providers. We can't bill for those services, so we need to allow for enough overhead costs with these reimbursement rates as well. I've heard mention of the wait lists. We're seeing this with our autism waiver wait list. Kids are on the wait list with the autism waiver, getting too old for that wait list, and going right into the IDD wait list. And then wait lists for ABA across Kansas. The reason I decided to go statewide is families were calling me and crying that they were being told 2-year wait list or 20 families are ahead of you. It was heart-wrenching. So we decided, no, we're going to do better, and we're going to move these services statewide to reach our rural families. How Kansas ranks compared to the other Midwest states. We are the lowest. The code that we use the most is the 97153 code for our technician services, and this is where we are compared to the other states around. We are the lowest. Thank you so much for listening today. I do believe that with a rate increase, right now our hands are tied, but we can sustain these services and keep moving forward if we have these rate increases. We have so many wonderful providers, but we're going to lose them to other states that can reimburse them at higher rates and pay them higher rates for their work. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Committee, do we have questions? Representative Carpenter, I believe you have one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, I know we live in the acronym world. What does ABA stand for?
It stands for Applied Behavior Analysis, and it is an evidence-based practice that is most effective for our children with autism.
Well, thank you for that. Occasionally, I run into one of those that applied.
Yes, Applied Behavior Analysis.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned billing for overhead. Did you say you're currently able to do that to cover some of those costs, or you're not?
Barely. There is not enough overhead to account for the case management that we need to do and the mileage that we need to pay our providers.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you. I know as a former classroom teacher, we weren't paid for the time that we're out watching for the kids get on the bus and all the homework that you do at night, et cetera. It's all built into one big salary. And I'm wondering here if it's built in totally into this is the time you met with that client. I won't say client. What's the proper term that you use?
I call them our children.
Our children. Well, I would
Yes.
agree with that. That's how I called my kids in school, too. When you are with those children, that the time with the child is built in knowing that you'll have scheduling that you would need to do, you'll have some documentation that you will need to do, built into the time that you're with the child, not just the time you're with the child. Is that accurate?
No, it is not. When we're with that child and that one-on-one and the attention that our children need, they exhibit maladaptive behaviors. They require one-on-one supervision, and there is not time to do any of that outside of it.
Maybe I'm not making myself clear. Of course, you're with the child during that time, but as far as the payment, is the payment not built in, knowing that you're not just with the child, there are other things that you need to do?
No, I would say it is not. It does not account, the payment that we receive right now does not account for it.
Thank you. Any other questions, committee? Yes. Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. How many children do you service in Kansas?
Currently statewide, we're at 90 children.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Committee, I would then move us to the presentation of the Kansas Office of Apprenticeship, and we have Shonda Anderson.
Good morning, committee. Thank you so much for having me. Do you have my PowerPoint presentation loaded up? It's a pleasure to come and present to you today on the Registered Apprenticeship, Kansas Office of Registered Apprenticeship, and what we're doing specifically in the health needs in the healthcare space. Recently, we announced. Is it up yet? Recently, we announced some new grant that came out with Hamilton Riker, specifically dedicated to rural communities and addressing healthcare needs in those rural communities, specifically staffing. So, next slide, please. So just to ground us all in the vision and the mission statement for the Kansas Office of Registered Apprenticeship, we are guided by a Kansas Apprenticeship Council, which is in state statutes, but we've sat down and really expanded our vision to expand to the top 25 states by 2025. Right now, we sit at the 38th state in total registered apprenticeship numbers, so we have a strong vision to grow. Our mission statement, you can read it up on the screen, and it's also available online, really speaks to developing a ecosystem that supports registered apprenticeship activity with an emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion across the entire state of Kansas. That's not just from a personnel standpoint, that's also from a regional standpoint and an industry standpoint as well. High level on what a registered apprenticeship is. It's not just a union training system. More non-unions are utilizing the system because it works. It's dedicated in 5 specific areas, structured on the job learning, job-related education, wage progression that is stated and clear, transparent, strong, robust mentorship, as well as valued credentials that are built into it. It also is a system that has to be, by federal law, designed and driven by the industry and the employer. So this is not an education program. This is something that's driven specifically by the employer's needs. The apprenticeship system in general is really for two different subsets of the economy. One for businesses or organizations that have some sort of barrier to profit or barrier to operating in a sound business sense. So any industry or operations that have high skilled needs, hard to fill positions, they need a profit and loss in the black or at least neutral, and it can be rural or urban situations. We're also developing out registered apprenticeship programs specifically to meet people with barriers to employment. This can include justice-involved individuals, peoples with disabilities, youth opportunities, displaced workers, and diverse workers. In my opinion, the Hamilton-Riker Patterson Grant Healthcare Apprenticeship is really for developing apprenticeships for businesses that have barriers to operations. So it's really intended to meet those workforce needs, specifically in rural areas across Kansas for healthcare. Right now, you can kind of see where we're at with Kansas registered apprenticeships. Most of them are in the construction and the lineman industries. But when you look at the other subsets, healthcare, aviation, some of these other industries that are so vital to the state of Kansas, we're not doing well. And so it's initiatives like this to help us expand and better meet the overall employment needs that we have across the entire state of Kansas, all of which have apprenticeable occupations. So this is our heat map. This kind of gives you an idea of where we're at. It makes sense based on population. Clearly, there is area of opportunity to expand registered apprenticeship as a retention and recruitment tool specific to our most rural areas. So let's dig into the Patterson Grant. We were able to award through a partnership with the Patterson Foundation. We were able to award $100,000 to Hamilton-Riker in partnership with the Kansas Hospital Association to deploy the registered, specifically in the Pratt Regional Medical. They have agreed to apprentices at a minimum. I think I fully expect that to be much higher. They're at occupations and certified nursing assistant, phlebotomy, surgical tech, medical coding, certified patient care tech, and certified medical aid. I believe just about 20 people in CNAs, which is really fantastic. It's really a model that will aid in rural economic opportunity and expansion for those really high-need healthcare occupations that we know are in major need across rural Kansas. It creates a structured, time-tested system to help ensure that employee, which that's what a registered apprentice is, they're an employee first, gets the training they need and the certifications they need to fill those high-need occupations. It creates identified wage progression, increases employee retention for the employers. It's really a well-run system that is finding great expansion across the state of Kansas, as well as other states in the country, specifically in the healthcare space. So with that, I can stand for questions.
Committee, are there questions for Shonda? Yes, Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the last things you said about wage progression, is that something of a suggested pattern, or is that something within the program that would be guaranteed?
So by federal law, we have to identify a wage progression for a registered apprentice. So the employer has to state a minimum wage progression where they'll start the apprentice and where they'll end at a quote-unquote journeyman rate. If they don't adhere to that wage progression, they're at risk of losing their apprenticeship program.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Petty.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You mentioned in the program model that increased retention, trying to understand how this particular, the Grant Foundation helps with that retention of workers.
Right. So the registered apprenticeship model has been well studied across the United States. Data right now, DOL data right now states that 9 out of 10 employees stay on at the company that they apprenticed at for 5+ years. And so we're leveraging those federal numbers and that federal data and hoping to see that value. What's great about this is that everything is tracked and we have PII information on each apprentice. So we'll be able to actually see their trajectory through the program and report out on that data after the grant is over.
Thank you.
Other questions for Shonda? I have one, Shonda. I'm just curious. I like to see private solutions and less government interference or less government involvement. And when I see that we have lots of companies have come together to talk about apprenticeships, and is this department then obviously has a budget? Can you tell me what the taxpayers are paying for this department?
Sure. So we established as an office under the Department of Commerce in September of this last year. Right now, we have a budget of $500,000 for the last year, and then we're also funded by some federal grants.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, yes. I have a question.
And you are? Representative Ballard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just checking, by listening to what you said, how competitive is this program? And does each apprentice have an individual plan that they're working on so that you're able to track?
From a competitive standpoint, we work very diligently with the HR departments of the industries and businesses that we help develop the registered apprenticeship system in. They have to, by law and EEO standards, open it up in an equal employment opportunity stance, so they hire based on the needs of the position. As far as an individualized plan, I would say the occupation is developed out as a plan, so we set out standards for the on-the-job training, the mentorship, as well as the related technical instruction. All of that is prescribed in the apprenticeship program in the front end. But because there is mandatory, robust mentorship, that's where each of these individual employee apprentices get that individualized attention and need to their progression in their career.
Okay, that's what I was wondering about. And do you have enough mentors that stay with them throughout whatever that time limit, or do you have multiple changes?
So each registered apprenticeship program, when it gets registered on the front end, they have to state a mentor ratio. So a mentor to apprentice ratio. I don't recall what the healthcare ratios are right now. Occupation type situation, then it's a lower ratio. If the business can't sustain that ratio, then they'll have to cut back their apprentice numbers, because it's about safety for the apprentice as well as the people that they're serving, as well as those mentors.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ballard. We miss you today. Representative Bergquist. A last question that I have is, did someone, if I own a business and I would like to participate in the federal grant for apprenticeship, could I apply directly to the grant program on the federal level, or does that have to be done on the state level?
There are a number of funding opportunities that are coming out at the state, federal, and private levels for registered apprenticeship. So from an office standpoint, I've dedicated our time in 3 specific areas. Number 1 being a resource provider, making sure that businesses and industries, organizations have the information they need in order to develop out these registered apprenticeship programs. Number 2, convening partners, getting people in the same room to talk to each other to develop that out, so that when these funding opportunities come out, they can go after the funding themselves. They don't necessarily need us. When we have the funding, we pass it on accordingly. And then number 3, staffing the Kansas Apprenticeship Council, because we're state and federally regulated to have that council.
Committee, we're ready to move on to Carrie Bacon, the KanCare Ombudsman. Carrie, welcome to committee.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the activities of our office. If you turn to page 3 in the report, the first thing that I talk about is why we do the work that we do, and it's a quote from someone who sent me an email just this last month. She said, "Thank you for being part of the meeting. It means a lot. You helped me to be more brave." And this is really a lot of why we do the work that we do, helping people to speak for themselves, helping people to understand what the process is so that they can be able to advocate for themselves. So I wanted to share that with you. I also wanted to let you know that we do have a volunteer coordinator that we have hired, and she started on Monday. So we're very pleased about that. I think she will fit in our office very well. The next thing I wanted to mention to you is that after 21 years with the state, I am retiring on June the 3rd. So I wanted to let you know that I have enjoyed working with this committee, even though it's changed over the years. It has been a good experience, and I appreciate it. There are some data that I want to on page 5 is our initial contacts. And I had told you last quarter, fourth quarter, that it was down the most, but that I was seeing increases. And those have definitely, we are continuing to see increases. I think next quarter will be higher than this. And a lot of it has to do with the renewal process. The piece that I think is interesting is on page 10, it shows who's handling, which offices are handling the calls. Whoops, 9, sorry, page 9. And the number of calls handled by the Topeka office is about the same, but the increase has come through our 2 volunteer offices, our satellite offices, where volunteers assist. And so I guess I wanted to just help you see the importance of the satellite offices to what we do.
I have some questions. Representative Landwehr.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You say a increase on the frail and elderly. Can you give us some examples?
You know, it seems to be the same kinds of things, it's just more. So it's needing to have help with getting the frail elderly going, the process of getting on it, or there may be, I can't come up with all the examples, but there's not one that stands out for me, and so I would say it's similar, but just more of them.
Well, and I want to say thank you for your service, because you've done a great job with this office, and you've brought it a long ways, and you're definitely going to be missed, and I wish you all the best in your next endeavor.
Thank you.
Committee, other questions for Carrie? Carrie, I have a couple questions for you. In the everything is relative, and when we see the number of people that have contacted your office, what we don't see is resolution. Mm-hmm. So can you tell us about that? Like, we received this many calls, they were resolved to this manner. You feel, you know, the issue was resolved?
So there is a page that has resolution rate. Let me find that for you just a second. Page 14. Nope, it's on page 16. It shows that chart shows that the number of cases that are resolved within 2 days or within a week, or it might take more than a week to resolve them, and kind of the average number of days for completion. So this last quarter, it took on an average of. The thing that is hard with this data is that resolution depends on lots of other people. It also depends on how much we follow up and say, hey, we haven't heard from you recently. But we depend on other organizations to help us resolve things because we can't fix anything. We depend on the partnerships that we have with KDHE, with the MCOs, with KDADS to get answers that we need. So,
And how responsive do you feel like they've been? You're leaving, so you can just tell us.
For the most part, I think they're pretty responsive. When they're not, and I bring it to their attention, they usually apologize, and it was an oversight. So I think for the most part, they are very responsive to this office.
So if an individual is on KanCare, they have an issue, whatever that issue may be, is their first call to the MCO? Is their first call to KDADS, or is the first call to you? How does that work?
We don't usually, I would say for the most part, especially with complex calls, we're not the first call. It's usually that they have tried many things and nothing seems to be working, and someone will say, oh, well, did you try? And they may or may not have heard of us. When it comes to like the renewals that are coming up, we're getting the repeats, people who've worked with us before, and they're like, we got this and we're not sure what this means. They ask for help with understanding the letter, that kind of thing. But there are way more people involved in, and you'll hear this later, I'm sure, helping with this renewal process than there ever has been in the past. So it will be interesting to see how smoothly this goes.
And then you mentioned a coordinator. Is that person going to be replacing you or being added to the department in addition to your
just open, became able to find someone for about 9 months. So the volunteer coordinator actually supervises the two offices, the volunteers. She helps us with keeping our resources up to date and makes sure that the training is up to date and that kind of thing.
And how many volunteers do you currently have?
We have 6.
6. Okay. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question, Representative Ballard?
Absolutely, Representative.
Thank you. I want to follow up on the frail elderly. In your estimation, you said there are multiple factors involved, but would you say maybe funding is one of those factors?
Funding how? I'm not sure what you're referencing.
Are we funding frail elderly, especially that waiver, the way we should be? And is it a financial burden on the people, or is it just more behavioral or care that they need?
I have not seen it be a financial issue. If you would like...
And where you have done an outstanding job, and we've been working together for a long time, so thank you.
Yes, we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carrie.
May I just add one thing in regard to the testimony that was provided about the medically needy program?
Yes.
That is why I created the community resources by county, because to expect someone to be able to live on $495 a month and be able to support themselves, and the other money should go towards medical needs, is not realistic. And so providing a way for people to find out where they can get food, where they can get assistance with rent or shelter, was our means of trying to assist those folks, because they have disabilities. They are high-need disability people.
Thank you, Carrie.
Sure.
Committee, we are ready to move on to the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services, we call KDADS, and we'll start with Laura Howard. Never mind. I am already on to 10:45. 10:30, so my apologies. Stephen Anderson, the Medicaid Inspector General.
No problem. You had me full start back there. I got out of the chair, and then I thought you were skipping over me. So, Chair Gossage, members of the committee, I'm having a little trouble seeing. I just had cataract surgery, so forgive me for switching back and forth, but I'm trying to see my paper and what have you. So, but appreciate the opportunity. My name is Steve Anderson, and just want to let you know for calendar year 22, we released our annual report. It is available. It's been published. It was submitted to everybody in the legislature, and it's available at the website. If you go to the Attorney General's website and look under Medicaid IG, you'll find a link to it. There's also a link. That same link will bring you to our former annual reports, as well as any audit report we completed over the past several years. So I'd invite anybody that's up for a good read to go there and check that out. We're also in the process of finalizing some performance audits, and those include an eligibility determination for Medicaid beneficiaries on the transitional medical program. Medicaid beneficiaries with multiple IDs, and then Medicaid beneficiaries that moved out of the state of Kansas, but were still enrolled in KanCare. And then we anticipate those reports will be published sometime in May. Just depends on how we can get them through the process. We're actually working on a few things with the new Attorney General and trying to satisfy some of those requirements. So it's slowed us down a bit. I apologize for that. Also want to just let everybody know, in coordination with KDADS, we developed a fraud, waste, and abuse program, and we've provided training last year for them, and we ended up training over 196 people. We're going to do it again this year, and we're talking to both eligibility staff as well as just KDHE people in general. KDHE's made it part of their requirement for all KDHE employees to get this training. We're excited about that. They're also opening it to the public. The main goal is to basically provide those employees with how to identify fraud, waste, and abuse and how to report it. So we're very pleased with that. And as always, our office continues to oversee a significant number of complaints of fraud, waste, and abuse and illegal acts. Primary source of those or type is eligibility fraud. Our sources for receiving these come from concerned citizens, other law enforcement, oversight agencies, also the hotline, but a lot of them come through DCF's hotline because that's where the KanCare directs KanCare clearinghouse directs people to that hotline and they send them to us. Last year we processed 1,419 complaints. As of the 18th of this month, we'd already processed 413. We're on the same track record. To that end, also, I just want to talk about staffing a little bit. Our current staffing is 6 positions. We have 3 auditors, a data analyst, a secretary, and myself. I had requested 2 special agents and a financial analyst, as well as additional funding to enable us to fulfill our mission. I want to take an opportunity to thank the members of the committee, as well as the other members of the legislature that helped support that as it's been working its way through. And that's very helpful. I understand we got the funding that we needed and approval to hire those people. Hopefully it survives the governor's veto pen, and we will do that. But thank you for your support. I do appreciate it. This investment will be put to good use to identify fraudulent enrollments in Medicaid and refer criminal cases for prosecution. The benefit to the Medicaid program is stopping capitation payments that are going out to MCOs for individuals who are not eligible. It's a long-term situation. People are on Medicaid oftentimes for extended periods of time, and for every month that they're on the system they shouldn't be, that's money that's going to the MCO. And it's a good way to put money, or at least stop the bleeding, if you will. It also helps serve to protect the integrity of the program, which is one of the things that we're charged with in this office. We're also concerned as KDHE starting this process of unwinding with the eligibility determinations. There's going to be a lot more people identified as having committed fraud. So we want to have the resources to help assist with that and identify those. And I have an example here that I want to share with you. One of the ones that we have. An individual applied for coverage. She was told she was ineligible, so she came back. And she was deemed eligible for poverty level pregnant woman coverage beginning on March 1st, 22, due to her claim of pregnancy. Turns out that claim was that she was not pregnant, and she had supplied a forged letter from a doctor, even created the letterhead and everything, and also got a picture online showing a positive pregnancy test that she texted as a source of that. We actually found the actual image that she used that was readily available to anybody on the website that wanted it. This false claim of pregnancy also made her eligible for food assistance, which she was not eligible again for. So our investigation pulled all that together. We've talked with the food assistance folks, got their case put together, and we've submitted it for prosecution. So one thing that's not in my testimony, but based upon testimony I've heard from other people today, an issue is MCO reimbursements and prior authorizations. We had been contacted by Secretary Standing previously and talked about this issue, and we have agreed to initiate an audit on this very topic. We're at the very beginning of it. I don't have any results to report, but it's obviously an issue that's of a concern. So our office has undertaken a performance review of that very issue. And with that, appreciate your time this morning. And I'll answer any questions, obviously.
Thank you. Our first question is from Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. when I open up your link on this, it's a 2019 report. Do we have anything more frequent
Yes, there's a 2022 report.
at that link?
It should be. It worked yesterday when I checked it. They are working on the website, so hopefully they haven't blown up the link, but it was working as of yesterday.
Okay, I guess, yeah, we may need to have that sent back to us because right now I'm just seeing 2019 on here.
Of course, I'd be glad to send that.
Thank you. I figured you had more current, so.
You bet.
Representative Ruiz.
Madam Chair, I have two questions. One is on page 2 of your testimony, there's a chart that calendar year and complaints screened. I would like to see the next report, another section that says something about how many of these were actually fraud, was actually fraud. So I don't want to make an assumption that when I look at 2022 and it says 1,419, that all of those are in fact fraudulent claims, that they were deemed to be fraudulent. I'd like to see what number of those were actually found to be fraudulent.
We will do the best we can with that. We process some of them and review them, and a lot of them get sent on to KDADS clearinghouse where they help to make that determination. But yes, we'll try to do that.
Okay. And then the second question, Madam Chair, is regarding the story that you gave about the woman who was fraudulent with saying that she was pregnant, which she is not.
Had that required it, but based upon her income and her situation as being a single woman with no independence, she was not and we talked to eligibility staff about it, and they said she was not eligible for Medicaid based upon if she had been truthful in her application.
It'd be interesting to know, I mean, some people, I assume, are desperate and will try anything to get medical coverage. It would be important to know those kinds of details when you give a story like that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stephen, thank you for your report. I am wondering if you have ever tracked or could throw out an estimate of how much money we've saved the state. And I'm asking you this because, when we advocated for new positions for your office, a selling point is, and it's common sense, that it would, in the end, save the state money if we were to investigate these cases. But, we're always looking for data. Just wondering if you had anything.
Sure, I can actually provide some data to you. I don't have it right in front of me, so I don't want to misquote myself. But we do know that the average capitation payment on a monthly basis, based on KDHE's information from 2022, is $838 per month on average. We anticipate just a one-year savings we would work approximately anywhere from 15 to 25 cases and shut those off. So we're anticipating we'd save $150,000 to $250,000 on a one-year basis. And like I said, or kind of mentioned earlier, is some of these people are on Medicaid for years and years and years. So you have to think about how much is saved over the course of maybe a 5-year window. SSA, OIG, when they're looking at people they've removed from disability, they look at a 5-year window for that. So it'd be hundreds of thousands of dollars, way over the $340,000 we've requested. Also, when people are prosecuted, sometimes restitution is ordered. There'll be restitution that will come back on some of those deals, particularly for individuals who are substantially over income. And we're working, another matter we've already referred for prosecution is an individual where the wife was a real estate agent, the husband had his own insurance brokerage. Between the two of them, they were making a large 6-figure salary. And those are people that you would want to seek restitution from for the Medicaid that they were on improperly. Now, we're not saying we're going to be able to get restitution from every individual. That'd be unrealistic. But there are people out there that are financially in a very good position, but yet they continue to stay on Medicaid because it's free insurance, and they shouldn't be. And those people are the ones we're looking to prosecute.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. My original question was along the same lines as Senator Ruiz about as we see here for 2022, complaints screened 1419, and then the follow-up with whether, if a percentage of those was 20% that were actually fraudulent as opposed to 80%, which is unclear from that. The other thing is that you mentioned that in some cases, and I don't know about the particular case that you have in your testimony about the single woman who was maintaining that she was pregnant when she wasn't. Unlikely it would be any, although that case, it seems, is still pending. And then you've just mentioned about a couple that, actually have means. But then I would suspect that the majority, and probably, I don't know if this is information you have or not, you just kind of referred to it, would not have any means for restitution on their Medicaid benefits. Is that what you generally see, that the majority are not in that are not financially able to? It's not worth the time to go after them.
I don't have the exact information in front of me, and please, this is merely an estimation. A lot of the ones that we do look at them because they are people that are over income and substantially, and they're people that are potentially there's restitution. There are ones where the person is desperately poor, and us going after them would serve no purpose. And we prefer rather to let the KDHE administratively resolve it, if appropriate, and handle it from that situation. Hopefully that answers your question. To the point of trying to provide additional statistical information, we will endeavor to do that for sure.
I think it will be helpful. Earlier on, you said the report or the review that we're getting this year on Medicaid benefits or fraud will be helpful. Do you think also the fact that there's, because of the ending of the COVID period, that there's going to be a review of every Medicaid applicant? Do you see that as being, actually helping your office in that kind of work that's going on?
I think it will increase our workload for sure. And I think what's going to happen is because they're doing a fresh look at people's cases, that they're going to be identifying people that may be inappropriately on the system. It's one thing if somebody is accidentally or has failed to report something through just an omission on their part. It's one thing, but it's quite another when somebody intentionally does not disclose income, or they're hiding income, or they are married and they don't mention the marriage, and they intentionally, when asked about it, lie about it on the phone to the eligibility worker. That's where you run into those differences. I do think we'll find that. Bear in mind that some people have had their income go up significantly. They found jobs. The unemployment rate in Kansas is very low right now, so we'd anticipate people would have jobs. But because of the PHE, even though they're over income, they were kept on the system. There's nothing illegal about that. They were within the rules that the PHE allowed. We're not looking at those at all.
Good. That's good to hear, because I would totally agree. There will be ones on there because they could not be dropped.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I just have, and I will ask this of Laura Howard when she comes up, Secretary Howard, but I have a text message here from someone who wrote to me and said, "It has taken me 10 minutes of waiting through an automated message system to finally get a human to tell me that I need to call a different number to cancel my KanCare. Now I've been on hold for 30 minutes and I'm still waiting on this new number. The entire healthcare process is awful through this program. Now I've been on hold for an hour and 40 minutes. I finally reached someone. All I was trying to do is cancel my child's KanCare because we moved out of state."
Yes.
This is an issue and we need to deal with that. And I'm just saying, if people are having difficulty, this is somebody who has already called me 3 times and said, "How do I just cancel? I keep getting this stuff and this information forwarded to me at my old address, and all I was trying to do is cancel this." I think that would help with some of these folks that are maybe, and I'm not saying these people got a job, but they've had a job for quite a while now and just haven't been able to cancel this, even already put their child on health insurance earlier. And I'm sure we'll find others who are like, thank you for notifying me because, I just didn't really know how we were supposed to cancel that. My last question for you is, what we hear, and when I worked on the federal level on Medicaid fraud, it was more the providers. There were so many providers that were filing fraudulently for patients that didn't exist, or pharmacists for medication they never actually had given out. And do you see any of that, or is that something we would only see on the federal level?
No, we do see those. We get referrals on that issue. Bear in mind, there's the Medicaid Fraud and Abuse Division that's also part of the Attorney General's office, and they're charged under their federal grant. They're responsible for doing provider fraud investigations. So when we do see a matter like that, we will look it over, and if appropriate, we send it over to them. And because I've never had investigators until coming up, I've never had the ability to actually look at those matters other than conducting audits of the situation. So going forward, I'll have the ability to look at providers as well as the Medicaid Fraud and Abuse Division.
Thank you so much. Committee, now we are ready to move on to, and I saw Secretary Howard come in, and I'm sure that I kind of put a little bit of a fear in her when I called her name, and she thought, wait, what, already? So you're actually up now, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Laura Howard, Secretary for the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Services. I'm glad to be here today to kick off the KDADS portion of the presentation. I just have a couple of slides for you from the Secretary's perspective, but I'll be here as well during the time of my staff. I know we have a very long presentation. You asked for updates on a lot of different topics, so we will try to be concise and clear and direct and fit within the time periods. I wanted to give quick updates on two topics. The first has to do with Spark. KDADS has been charged with management of $66 million in funding that the State Finance Council had approved for KDADS to manage related to facility and program expansion. We issued a notice of funding opportunity at the very end of February that covered three program areas: expansion of healthcare facilities, expanding the reach of current service providers, and workforce training expansion. We had a deadline for people to respond by March 17th. And as part of that process, we also made sure that that entities that had made submissions during the Spark advisory panel process and that had been rated as high fit submissions during that process received notice that the RFP was on the street, so they had the opportunity to apply as well. We received a total of 67 proposals. We were joking this was during March Madness, that we had an entire March Madness tournament field of proposals coming into us. 41 of those related to facility expansions, 13 to the expansion of service providers, and 13 in workforce training. I had hoped to be able to announce to you today as like the first ones to hear this. We are probably still a couple days out from being able to make announcements. We're at the very tail end of the procurement process. So look for an announcement early next week, perhaps as early as Monday, and we will make sure that everyone on this committee receives that notice directly, so you're aware of that. But we are very close to announcing those awards, and I probably shouldn't say very much more without getting myself in trouble with procurement, but we are right there. So and very excited to do that. And again, I will make sure that this committee, these committee members are, aware of this as that announcement comes out. The second item I wanted to give an update on is just the Regional State Hospital project in Wichita. We've talked about this a number of times, but I think since the last time that we met in terms of updates on that project, we have entered into a formal memorandum of understanding with Sedgwick County. Part of that is really to clearly define kind of the roles and responsibilities between Sedgwick County county and the state. And so we're pleased about that. I think when we last met, we had also just hired a project manager at KDADS to help manage that project. As part of the agreement with Sedgwick County will use we'll start kind of that process of design with architects related to the facility, using architects who have experience with CMS. We are obviously at that table in that process along with our state hospitals, and KDADS retains final decision-making authority with regard to everything to do with the facility, the design, the location, all of those pieces. And then ultimately, the transfer of ownership of that building to KDADS would take place. We're now working on some specific details in a separate agreement related to some of the architectural design pieces to then transfer that $15 million that you had approved to Sedgwick County. As part of the original agreement too, we're also working together to identify an entity to just kind of help us with some public opportunities. We think it's important there be some opportunities within Sedgwick County for some public input into the process. So my only point in giving this update today is really just to say you're going to see this project ramp up really fast here in the coming weeks. There will be a lot going on over the course of the summer in terms of the planning and design work and the process to then identify location. So again, that's where we're at. We were pleased to get the MOU executed with the county and to be able to be ready to really kick off in full swing the project. Those are really the two things I had a specific update on. I'm happy to answer any questions now or at the end of the KDADS presentation at your pleasure.
I think it might be a good idea to take questions as we go along, and I think Representative Carpenter has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, welcome to committee.
Thank you.
So last year during the COVID deal, we received a 75% increase in our FMAP. So when we got through, I've asked this question a number of times, when we got through, we spent $75 million of it. We received roughly $92 million. So what are your plans for the rest of that money?
Yes, Representative, you will see those details in what Commissioner Hayden presents after me. A number of the items that you and I have talked about related to some of the technology supports. We also plan to use some of the funding not yet allocated towards some of the initial costs going into planning and implementing planning of the new community support waiver. So a series of additional items beyond those that had already been identified, and Commissioner Hayden will talk to you about those in greater detail when she comes up to the microphone.
Well, thank you for that. Is there a white paper listing those items out?
We can get you that if that's not here, and we have a list of all of the projects.
That would be great if you would get that to the committee. Thank you.
We can do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things, Secretary, that I would like to see, and every time you guys present on this mental health hospital, is not just the emphasis of 50 beds, that it has to be made to where there is availability for expansion, because a lot of us are convinced 50 beds is not going to be enough, but it's definitely a big start for us. Yeah. So I don't want anyone, and I want to make sure that the county and no one else loses track of that whatever site's chosen, that expansion is available for additional beds.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Representative, because our MOU with the county speaks to the 50-bed issue, but then it also speaks to having to have the potential to expand, because that will be important when we're talking about, whether there's an existing facility that's identified, whether we're talking about a new facility, whether there's space available to have those expansion opportunities. That was very clear in the interim committee discussions, and we're very much operating in that regard.
Thank you.
Representative Berquist.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. The 25 and 25 beds, I just wanted to clarify, that does represent the total 50 beds, correct? the 25 for eval and 25
Yes.
for acute care?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. I will hand this over next to Commissioner Hayden, who I think has really the bulk of the presentation today related to long-term supports and services.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start. I'm Michelle Hayden, LTSS Commissioner. I'm going to start my presentation on the nursing home and aging side and then move to the HCBS side. So our nursing facility program has a number of things that they have oversight for: Medicaid enrollment, change of ownership of the nursing facilities, reimbursement rate setting, auditing of cost reports, quality care assessments, CMS enforcement, ventilator program, the PEAK program, nursing facility regulations, and the ICF IDD gatekeeping. As you can see here, nursing facility Medicaid monthly average peaked in 2020, and it has gone down since then, and it's stayed fairly steady, but this last quarter, Q3, we had 9,107 people in nursing facilities. I'll just give you an update on the KDADS PEAK program. KDADS and Kansas State University are completing the PEAK on-site visits for FY23 and are beginning the tabulation and review and dissemination of the results. Site visits are planned for the spring of fiscal year 24 have already begun. A revised PEAK incentive grid will be becoming effective July 1, 2023. Changes were made based on input from stakeholders to give providers fast escalating per diems and greater flexibility in moving through the program levels. The goals for the PEAK advisory group this year are to work on increasing input from residents and workforce support. So the PEAK program, the participation has gone down over the years, but it is now starting to climb again in 2022, 2023. So we're happy to see that. So for just SFY 23 Q3, KDADS currently still has one facility located in Topeka in receivership due to insolvency, and that remains unresolved and is for sale. 2 nursing facilities closed this quarter: Johnson County, which was 120 beds, Wabaunsee County, 45 beds. In conjunction with the Governor's Recovery Office, KDADS has administered $15 million in ARPA funds allocated by the 2022 Kansas Legislature. Currently, nursing facilities are completing and submitting closeout surveys to report expenditures due May 1st of this year. KDADS has completed 9 rounds of fund distributions. There were 311 nursing facilities, including in these rounds, for a total of $14,787,000. 3 facilities declined the disbursement, and 4 facilities did not meet the requirements. 60% of the facilities already submitted their close of survey, and a reminder to the remaining facilities was sent out in mid-April. The nursing facility rate setting contract, we had 1 bid for this, and this was received in February 2023. A review team analyzed the bid and sent recommendations to the Office of Procurement and Contracts. Upon approval, new contract will be effective July 1 of this year and run through June 30th of 2028, with the option for 2 one-year extensions. Regarding the nursing facility and NFMH rates, a rate increase for the VENT program effective January 1 of 2023 was approved and implemented. Proposed nursing facility rates effective July 1, 2023 were posted on the Kansas Register site on April 6, 2023. Public comment is due back May 6th of 2023. Final rates will be based on the final appropriations from the Kansas Legislature. Regarding our ICF IDD program, we have received 32 applications, 30 referrals were made. We have 6 on the wait list for Parsons, and 12 people were admitted. And that was in calendar year 2022. Calendar year 2023, quarter 1, applications received 8, referrals made 7, on the wait list 9, admitted 2, and 3 crisis beds are being added to Parsons State Hospital in quarter 2 of 2023. Regarding our PACE programs, since 2022, KDADS has been collaborating with Midland PACE to work on expanding their services in Johnson, Miami, and Franklin counties. KDADS is still in the process of finalizing the expansion with Midland and CMS. BlueStem opened an alternative care setting in Hutchinson in the latter part of 2021. And we'll get into this a little more, but 10% from some of our FMAP funding, we are going to be requesting from CMS to have $2.5 million go into PACE expansion into rural areas, and we will put an RFP out for that if that is approved. Regarding dementia services, the budget approved by the 2023 Legislature in House Bill 2184 includes $116,250 from the state general fund and 1 full-time position to create a dementia services coordinator position, and we're very excited about that. So turning to the home and community-based services programs, this first chart that you will see here shows that an increase in all of our programs except for physical disability. There's a slight decrease, but we expect that, we'll keep an eye on that. But basically, more and more people are being served on the HCBS waivers. So I just wanted to give you an overview of some of the projects that we're working on. We've been working on the 10% FMAP enhancement projects, final settings rule compliance, waiver amendments for telehealth, virtual delivery of services, paid family caregivers, and the autism and SED waiver renewals, which we expect very shortly. So going to the 10% FMAP enhancement projects, KDADS will draw down in total approximately $93.2 million in additional federal match for home and community-based services, for which state fund savings must be reinvested in HCBS-related initiatives. Projects focus on workforce, employment, and access to care. Completed projects, we've worked on developing the sequential intercept model, waiting for a comprehensive report from our contractor, Policy Research Associates. Stakeholder meetings have begun and to continue to progress. Projects in procurement right now is this study for TCM, behavior training program, direct service workforce training, employment first, stakeholder meetings for technology is in an RFP. So for waiver amendments, we're in the process of submitting this to CMS with help from KDHE for telehealth and virtual delivery of a service and paid family caregivers. So virtual delivery of service will increase independence with the usage of technological devices. Paid family caregivers, family members can provide personal care service and be paid. Amendments will make Appendix K modes of service delivery permanent, proposed to be effective September 1, 2023. CMS has assured us that these amendments will be approved before the end of Appendix K, November 11th, 2023, so that we can move seamlessly out of Appendix K. As I said, the current status of each waiver renewal, SED waiver renews in 2023, as well as autism. We expect those to be approved shortly. We have had stakeholder meetings begun for the technology-assisted waiver, and this renews August 1st, 2023. Brain injury waiver renews in 2024. Stakeholder meetings have begun for this. The IDD renews in 2024, and stakeholder meetings begin for this, or start for this next week. The frail and elderly waiver and PD waivers both renewed in 2020. To talk a little bit about the HCBS settings final rule. We have been working hard with providers to get all of the data. The KDADS final rule team is working with providers to review data and make any needed changes and updates. The federal overall compliance deadline of March 17 did not change. Last month, CMS made an in-person visit to Kansas during the week of March 13th, 2023 to review the heightened scrutiny process. KDADS has requested a cap to give more time for heightened scrutiny settings to respond if there are any concerns from CMS after the visit. KDADS expects a written report next month from CMS regarding their recommendations for remediation for final rule compliance. The Kansas statewide transition plan for final rule was approved February 3rd, 2023. KDADS continues activities to develop an ongoing monitoring process to ensure Kansas maintains compliance with the HCBS settings after March 17, 2023. And then there's just some information for providers here, if they have questions about final rule, who to contact regarding that. So regarding the community support waiver, KDADS is going to propose to CMS that to utilize $5 million in HCBS-specific FMAP enhancement dollars toward development of an IDD community support waiver. The majority of these funds will go to develop and enhance a provider network of services. There is a proviso in the budget passed by the legislature directing KDADS to make application for a community support waiver to CMS. And once that passes, KDADS will work with stakeholders to develop the waiver for submission to CMS for approval. The waitlist study that is currently going on right now will help to inform that process. KDADS extended the deadline for that RFP submission to 4/14/2023. We are currently waiting to receive bids. We were invited by KDADS Behavioral Health and Plan to attend highlighting IPS in Utah. And IPS is individual placement support for employment, and it's specifically, it's come out of the behavioral health side to help support individuals with behavioral health needs in gaining and maintaining employment. Our Employment First team, we are getting ready to post for a new position for the lead on that program. We have engaged the Employment First Commission and requested follow-up on several items as they related to legislature and role of the commission. Staff did attend the Employment First Summit in Wichita. Additionally, regarding MFP Employment First, NEON, the national expansion of employment opportunities through the Office of Disability Employment Support Policy. Staff were able to attend the NEON conference in DC in March. We had IDD supported employment and day service numbers to be able to help to predict future costs for performed-based reimbursement. We're meeting routinely with our NEON technical advisory subject matter experts in an effort to develop rate changes for supported employment reimbursement. Kansas has the lowest reimbursement rate of all the states at $17.88 an hour. The next lowest is $59 an hour in Nebraska. We are attempting to use the CMS rate methodology and increase these rates as cost neutral as possible. However, we may need to request increased funding from the governor and legislature. We are engaged with the Employment First Commission and requested follow-up on several items as they are related to legislation and the role of the commission. And down here, you'll see the supported employment and day service utilization rates. The code H22023 is for supported employment, and the code T2021 is the code for day services. So we would really like to see many more people in the supported employment category as opposed to day service category. It's very lopsided. So we have chosen a vendor for our targeted case management model study, and we are waiting permission to announce the contractor, but that should be announced very shortly. A little bit more on the FMAP waitlist study. KU has received the following. We have shared with them waitlist data removed from waitlist in the last, those people removed from waitlist in the last 5 years, crisis exception tracker in process, eligibility data, total scores and subscores, Medicaid claims data. The survey development KU is working on that they will begin collecting data on this fall. KU conducted a national search of tools to study the wait list and have developed their survey based on these tools. KU has developed 2 tools. One will be distributed to people on the waiting list. The other will be distributed to caregivers of people on the wait list. KU is working with SAC and people with disabilities to finalize the draft survey. KU will then invite a larger stakeholder group to provide feedback before taking the survey live. I believe we also got a question regarding the Centers for Independent Living. So this is some information regarding them. They actually come out of the Kansas Department of Children and Families. So the SFY 2023 funding breakouts for the Centers for Independent Living is here on the chart. So the RFP, the agency is preparing an RFI for the Initiative for Technology First. The goals is for agencies to provide RFAs with ideas and cost estimates as to how they will provide technology to individuals they support, and to increase their independence in areas of social determinants of health, economic access, education access, healthcare, social, and community. Examples include purchasing a cell phone and cell phone service so individual can participate in telehealth appointments, order groceries online, participate in social media, have access to their electronic health records like MyChart, join online support groups, find out about community events, and participate in online banking. We're also looking at smart home technology. So we are preparing an RFA for this initiative. The goal for smart home technology is to create systemic change in how we empower people with disabilities to live their best lives and widen access to essential support services for ADLs and IADLs. The technology and supports are designed to anticipate challenges and threats to health and safety of individuals and resolve them before they happen, allowing staff to intervene only when needed versus being on site 24/7 under the current model when staff is not always necessary. Smart home technology can include virtual remote supports, wearables to further independence while keeping individuals safe, alarms, sensors, two-way communication, door locks, and video monitoring. That's the end of my portion of the presentation. I can stand for questions.
And committee, we will do that now. Are there any questions for, do I say Commissioner Howard, Hayden?
Yes. That's
good. Okay. I'm sorry. Everybody's going, we all do. Okay, Representative Landwehr.
Thank you. On page 22, you talked about the IDD community support waivers. So how long will that funding last? And what is it exactly?
So that funding, it's $5 million, and it will last for a few years. In that time, we will hire staff for KDADS to help write the waiver and work with our stakeholders to write the waiver. We will also want to issue grants to providers to be able to develop the services that we come up with for that waiver. Writing a waiver is a very extensive process. It's quite the document.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. On page 10, you note that there were 2 nursing facilities that closed, one in Johnson County, the other one in Wabunsee County. Have there been any facilities, including assisted living facilities that are opening up that are new?
I would have to get back to you on that, Representative Ruiz. I don't know of any new facilities, but I will have to check on that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Commissioner.
Thank you.
On page 11, nursing facility rate setting contract, is that the rebasing?
Some of that, yes. It's some of the rebasing.
Okay,
yes.
so it's figuring actual costs.
Right.
Okay, just curious about that. And then on 13, dealing with the PACE program, if I may, Madam Chair, just to finish up here. So there was a study done by our former Governor Collier about rural health initiatives and how we can help. And there's $2.5 million in the budget for expanding the PACE into rural areas. So have you looked at those recommendations, and are you going to incorporate those in what you do with PACE?
I have not seen those, but I will look at those, and we will consider those in our RFP for that.
Would you please look at those and then get those back to the committee? I think those would be very well advised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you tell me what does VENT, what's that program, V-E-N-T, VENT?
It's for people who are on ventilation, they're to breathe.
Okay.
And that's to help support them in nursing facilities.
This was an acronym for something else.
No.
Okay.
No.
And then...
We're just showing her that was one of my questions.
Okay.
Great minds think I'm on the same line. And you mentioned about on the HCBS waivers, the paid family caregivers. And so has that been resolved? Is it being resolved as of September the 1st?
It is being resolved, and we have a proposal with CMS to make those paid family caregivers permanent. and we have a proposed date to do that by September 1st of this year. The Appendix K runs out November 11th. We've been talking a lot to CMS, and they have assured us that they're going to work hard with us to make sure that moves slowly or smoothly from Appendix K flexibilities into the actual waivers.
So the anticipation is that by September 1st, it will be permanent?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a question, but I want to follow up on VENT. I know what a VENT is, but what is the VENT program?
It's just a program to provide extra support and funding for people that are on ventilators who are in nursing facilities and to make sure they get quality care.
Okay, it's just in nursing facilities then. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so my question is back onto the nursing bed closures, the nursing home bed closure, nursing home closures. You've got 2 listed. During the April break, I've heard of 2 more rural ones that are potential. I mean, one of them's pretty much a done deal, and the other, there's another one coming. Do you have the numbers of how many beds we've lost in 2022 and then thus far in 23?
I think I can get that for you. I don't have that with me, but I would be happy to go back and get that for. Oh, well, maybe Laura.
I might just indicate, you'll see some of that data when Commissioner Hunter presents on pages 39 and 40.
Okay.
We have 5-year histories of the different types of care and bed openings and closures.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Committee, other questions? Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, on the 2 facilities, did they actually, they completely closed or they closed beds?
My understanding is that they closed. Do we have anything else, Lacey?
Correct.
Yes.
2 completely closed.
Yes.
Okay, and do we have any individuals currently on a waiting list for nursing homes beds?
I could see if that's information I could get, but I don't know if there's. Yeah, we'll have to take that back and see if that's something we can figure out for you.
Yep.
Okay, and I think the question that Representative Reese had would be a good one on the assisted living as well, because I know that we lost a big one in Wichita back in November. So,
okay, thank you.
I have a quick question for you. You said that you're excited about the dementia coordinator. A few weeks ago, my mother was diagnosed with dementia. We had to move her from independent living to assisted living. That, as anybody who's gone through that, was a difficult transition, but we have been working very closely with the staff to be able to get that done. What do you expect this dementia coordinator would do for someone like my mom?
I think that, we expect this, we haven't written the job description out, but we do expect to get a handle on how many people have dementia, what's going on there, working for quality services for those people. I too had a mother with dementia and went through that, and it was a very challenging time. And we do hear from families quite frequently that they need support in helping to support their loved ones with dementia.
So those would be government services for people that qualify for Medicaid that would receive those services. Is that accurate?
Some of those services would come through grants. Some would be through Medicaid, but without really having the position written out on paper yet. We're going to have to look at that and how we're going to use that position.
And just access to resources, I think, would be good. Thank you, committee. Any other questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is not necessarily a question for you, but you should be involved in that process. So I've been thinking, and that's very dangerous for me to do. But I have, because, and this is so we've been around this deal. So we do SILs, we do assisted living, we do all these things. We do PACE. to keep folks out of the nursing home, and yet our nursing home numbers, when they suffer, we pay on that end because they are not viable. And I really think, and I've been kind of working on a little, but we need what I call a plan, of how this is going to work. We fight against each other by keeping people out of the nursing homes, then we have to up the funding for nursing homes. And our committee asked for an interim study on nursing homes, but to expand that even to see what our long-range plan is in the nursing, in the elderly plans of care. And I would like some input from other committee members about this, but you see where I'm going with this? It's a crazy thing, but we're actually hurting ourselves on one end, helping the quality of life issue on the other end, which I fully support and have been all behind, keeping folks out of the nursing home. But on the other side of that, we're hurting our nursing homes. So I think we need a comprehensive plan about how we're going to go about that. Anyway, I'm going to get off my soapbox. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we're going to move on. I just want to say, I won't name the place, but I will definitely be talking to the secretary about this place. Temporarily, for about 8 days, we moved my mother suffering from an infection, and the doctor recommended rehab while we were moving all of her things from the independent living over to the assisted living. And that was the most horrific experience. I've never seen such a filthy bathroom, rude employees, absolutely horrible. And I had 3 of the people who were staying there stop me in the hallway because my mother, if you meet my mom, she's always like, "This is my daughter, she's a senator." And so people say, "Are you really a senator? Will you please investigate this place?" There were people who told me, "I've lived here before, I stayed here before for rehab. It's horrible now. It's under new management, etc." So I guess my question there is, who is investigating places? How often do they have people who stop in to see how things are going?
I think that would fall under Commissioner Hunter. When Lacey Hunter comes up, she can talk to you more about how that happens. We respond to there's regular reviews, of course. We also respond to complaint investigations as well.
So that was a good segue, you're saying, Secretary. So thank you so much, and we'll now move to Commissioner Hunter.
I think it might be behavioral health. Is that?
Okay, Drew, we'll go with you.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Drew Adkins, Assistant Commissioner for Behavioral Health, and I will be brief. So I've just got a couple of things to share. I'm going to start with our psychiatric residential treatment facilities. Going over that data for this quarterly report out. So our MCO wait list as of April 6 is 103. Of 103 of those individuals, 38 were in foster care, and that total increase is 27 since the last report. I believe that was back in February. Our current number of PRTF licensed beds is 392. This did shrink due to the Camber-Hayes PRTF moving their location and them changing their number of licensed beds. So that's why that has gone down. We've got our current census is 271 total, 101 of which are foster care youth. We continue to meet with the MCOs and DCF weekly to review individual cases on the wait list and continue to analyze the data to make sure that SED waiver services are being applied for before referral to a PRTF. Next slide. I'll move on to CARE and PASSAR, our client assessment, referral, and evaluation program for the federal requirement for pre-admission screening and resident review. Our KDADS CARE program has worked really hard over the past year. This committee is aware that there was a backlog for our Medicaid responses for those eligibility applications, and I'm proud proud to say today that that backlog is absolved. And this number here in the report comes from April 13th, the 364 that we had there that needed response. Actually, as of today, I've been told by staff, we have that number under 200 inquiries, which is, as you can see historically, pretty good. I'm very proud of our team for doing that. We deployed a ton of different strategies, and I think most of them, if not all, worked. That includes some technological fixes, recruiting temporary KDADS staff, other BHS staff that we had to really put all hands on deck. We worked really, really closely with our nursing facility trade and professional association partners, as well as KDHE, and we continue to meet with them weekly. And I think if you can go to the next slide, please. This just details just one piece, which is our upload tool that we implemented in response to this. This was internal that our EBITS team helped us with. It really allows us for quick response up on this, and we have seen incredible results, and it's really helped, and we're excited about that. We continue to offer a monthly care office hours in coordination with KHCA and KCAL, and I believe those are going very well. We invite all stakeholders to join and talk about issues to the process and barriers, and give our team feedback as we start to craft the program, looking at regulations and policies moving forward. Obviously hoping that we can really streamline that process. We did receive SANS funding to have a planning time and also craft an RFP for a potential electronic PASSR, what we're calling an e-PASSR vendor and solution. We have started that process, and we're in the point and phase of the process of trying to find some contract resources, some human resource to come on and help us with that, and start work grouping that and get an RFP out. I think that's all I have, but I am happy to stand for any questions.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Slide 31, dealing with the PRTFs.
Yes.
So it's been probably 2 years since we've had that building up there in Kansas City that has, 120 beds. So is that building just sitting there empty? Is there any plan for trying to staff that? Are you aware of that?
I'm not. We don't have Commissioner Brown here today, but I'm happy to take that back and or phone a friend if Commissioner Hunter is aware. It looks like we may need to take that back, but I'm happy to follow up on that, Representative.
Well, we were all proud of ourselves a couple of years ago when we had the funding to do away with the wait list, and now we've had this building sitting there empty for the last 2 years. We could absolutely do away with our PRTF wait list if that building, I'm just curious as to what's going on with that building, or is somebody using it, or
right.
The licensed beds, obviously.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at the numbers again. I'm not going to draw a direct correlation, but we have 121 of the beds that still aren't being utilized due to staffing shortages and some COVID-19 protocol. But again, I will follow up to make sure, because I don't want to assume.
I think that's how many beds that building holds.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you. Just kind of a follow-up with a comment that you just made. I think as you come back with those numbers is the number of folks that we have waiting because of staffing issues.
Okay. Absolutely. Yes.
Committee, other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And on my list, I had Commissioner Hunter ahead, so we'll now move to Commissioner Hunter, correct?
Hello. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Lacey Hunter. I'm the Commissioner of Survey Certification and Credentialing for KDADS. I thought I had the shortest presentation, but Drew beat me by like 3 slides. That's half mine. I will roll through, but some of my slides, I can speak a little bit more now about some of the questions that you all have asked with some of my colleagues. So the first one, the bottom part of our slide here is kind of our update. We continue to work with ways and with our partners to find avenues to increase the number of CNAs coming into our system. One of the most current things that we have done is work with Kansas Hospital Association, and we're continuing to work with them to come up with a webinar and some course information for them so that we can get all of the hospitals on a call and kind of talk to them. I don't know a ton about hospitals, but one of the things I've learned is not every hospital is exactly the same. So we're going to kind of talk to you if you are a long-term care unit and you have this in your hospital, this is how you can do a course, or if you are a surge unit, this is how you could get involved, and kind of go through all the different types of hospitals and really try and make sure everyone understands how they could be a part of getting more CNAs out there. Next slide, please. The next one is a little bit different of an update for me to give, but it is something that is under my purview. So I also oversee the licensure of day and residential services for the IDD community. One of the residential service ways to provide residential service that we have in our system is shared living. Shared living is unfortunately pretty capped in the way it is set up right now. We have been working very hard with our stakeholders, with our providers, with the MCOs to develop a shared living manual and then come up with a timeline for opening up this service. So here what you see is that timeline we have for you all. We've shared this timeline again with stakeholders and with MCOs, and I think we feel that we got support from everyone on this timeline so far, and as far as opening it up in a safe manner that we think that we can continue to have proper oversight of. So, next slide. The next slide, I apologize. I won't spend too much time on it, but it does give you all the references if you want to go back. So basically, if you look in the left-hand column on number, that is the quality, safety, and oversight number. Quality, safety, and oversight is a type of memorandum that the federal government, CMS, issues to different provider types. All of them up to 2039 NH were set, they were placed on March 28th of 2023. They expired, all of them, and they basically said, look through, and the only one that now lasts is the 2039 NH when it comes to nursing home visitation and requirements. So that one, when you look at it, it talks about the updated guidance. It leads you to the CDC's guidance for interim infection control protocols for healthcare personnel. Both of those were last updated in September of last year. Next slide. The next slide, we had a request that talked about a universal registry for abusive caretakers. So I have met with the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities, and an individual by the name of Liz Long was working on a project over there that was mapping out all of the different agencies, A&E, how those processes work. So I was meeting with Liz to talk about the abuse, neglect, and exploitation hotline. And but her overall map really was a good one-pager that showed if you called my hotline, here's what you expect and how your allegation would work through the process. If you called DCF and talked to APS, this is what it would look like. If you called Steve's office and you made an allegation, this is what it would look like. I would really support whoever is taking up her work over at that office to continue with that. I think that that's a great informational guide, especially for someone like you, Senator Gossage, when you have those questions when you're out in the community and you can have that one pager that says, here's something that really shows you, here's who you could call, and this is what you can expect based off of your call, and this is how it would work through the system for you. So I don't believe Ms. Long is with the council anymore, but whoever is taking up her work, I would encourage them to continue on with that piece of her work. I think she moved over to KDADS, so they got them a good one with that one. So next slide, please. And this goes into a little bit of the questions on open and closed beds. So the first one I have here is for the past 5 years for closed beds. I did not put 2023 on here because there was not too much of an update. So Michelle talked about the 2 closures we had. So we had a closure it was Alma Manor, that would be your Wabunsee County one. And then we had another closure in Johnson County, which was Infinity Park. That was your 120-bed facility. Alma Manor also had a 28-bed residential health care piece to theirs that wasn't necessarily captured in Michelle's information, but just so you all know, those are the additional beds that would have been updated in a small little tab on this chart over here. So, and then the next slide gets into open beds, and that was another question I think you all had. So when you're looking at open beds for this year so far, for Home Plus beds, we have opened up 37 Home Plus beds. 5 of those are in Douglas County, 8 in Butler County, and 24 in Shawnee County. We have opened up 61 residential healthcare facility beds, and we have opened up 89 assisted living beds. There are 80 assisted living and 31 residential health and 81 assisted living beds and 3 residential healthcare beds here in Shawnee County. And that is the end of my slides, but I am happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. And we do have a question from Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Lacey, thanks for answering the question on the bed closures. I do know of a couple more other than the ones you had listed for 23. I don't know if you heard testimony this morning, but there was somebody who talked about Parsons Hospital, that there was a really filthy bathroom and light bulb hadn't been changed in 2 years. So it kind of got me wondering, do the state hospitals, are they inspected or surveyed at the same rate as the other hospitals in the state?
I'll speak to what I know. So I do believe yes. So they are still required to have the same conditions of participation with CMS that any of the other hospitals that KDHE oversees the licensure of. As far as if there are concerns of that nature, so my hotline, the Abuse, Neglect, and Exploitation Hotline, is where you would address something like that because it is considered an institutionalized facility. So we would actually take those concerns into our hotline, and then we would route it over to KDHE for them to triage and then go into an investigation on.
Okay. So maybe I'm not understanding the process. I thought you were in charge of the surveys.
I do the surveys for nursing facilities and for adult care homes. The Department of Health and Environment does the surveys for hospitals and other entities who have participation agreements with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to page 35 on the temporary nurses' aides. So am I hearing then from you that we're resolving the issue of clinicals not being able to be done in the hospitals?
We're doing the best we can given the constraints we have with the program and the rules that the federal government has for the program. So the program itself, a nurse aid training and competency evaluation program, is a federally oversight, and it's a federal program. CMS developed the program. They have rules that pertain to that program. So we are doing what we can. A lot of that we're kind of working through with the Hospital Association. Facilities with a long-term care unit, for example, won't have an issue because they meet all the requirements for that clinical component. A hospital who serves only children are going to have a really hard time meeting that clinical component because the nurse aid training and competency evaluation program at the federal level is set up for nursing homes.
So how many hospitals do we have participating then besides Stormont Vale?
That's the only one that's actually filled out an application and came to us wanting to do the program.
Okay, so what does Stormont Vale lack in clinicals that they can't be done there?
They do have a simulated lab that I think that they are using, and we were going to work with them on, they had quite a few residents who were waiting a bed in a nursing facility, so they had what we would consider a chronically ill person. That's the federal requirement, is chronically ill. However, when they filled out their application for
our department. So when you fill out your application, you have to provide your course curriculum. On their course curriculum, they said that they'd be having their clinicals at a nursing facility. So their clinicals were held at the nursing facility that their application that they filled out said.
Okay, but that's not their desire to do that. So is that something then that the agency is working with Stormont Vale on? And because I did have conversations with Scott Bruner here back during the session.
Yeah, we were going to allow them to do it. And we did not fill out their application for them. They filled out their application themselves, and they put down what they wanted to do. And then what they said they wanted to do on their application was have their clinicals here in Topeka at a nursing facility. That's what they wrote on their own application.
All right, I guess I need to talk to Stormont. Thank you.
Committee, other questions for Commissioner Hunter? Seeing none, thank you. And now we will move on to Commissioner Dixon, State Hospitals.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. If we can go to the first slide, it's an update on our number of vacancies across the hospital. The 340 vacancies is for LSH. The 131 is Osawatomie, the 61 is K&I, and the 51.5 is Parsons. The next slide looks at the percentage at each hospital. LSH is setting just a little bit under 60%. OSH is just a little bit under 50%. K&I is a little over 20, and Parsons is a little bit below 20% vacancy. Our state institutional alternative utilization from August 30th of 2021 through April 7th of this year has served 926 adults and 1,006 children. The graph or the information on the left is where all those are located. We have one in Olathe at Cottonwood Springs, our KVC hospitals in Kansas City and Wichita, the Newton Medical Center and Prairie View in Newton, the South Central Kansas Medical Center in Arkansas City, which currently isn't taking any patients, not accepting any patients, Via Christi in Wichita, A New Health in Shawnee, and Hutchinson Regional Hospital is currently in the enrollment process in Hutch. In Arkansas City, the Southeast Central Medical Center has 12 beds, Garden City 6 beds, in Hutch 15 beds, Strawberry Hill and the University of Kansas Health System 47 beds, in Newton 11 beds at the Medical Center and 30 at Prairie View, Olathe at Cottonwood Springs 48 beds, Overland Park 42 beds, Salina Regional 15 beds, in Wichita at Via Christi 60 beds, Stormont Vale 24 beds, and A New Health in Shawnee 20 beds. As I'm sure you're all aware, we lifted the moratorium at OSH on the 3rd of 2022. Since then, we have admitted 20 individuals on a voluntary basis on the AAC side. OSH has not been able to admit any because they've continued to be over the 85% capacity that's required for, it needs to be below 85% for admission. And it hasn't happened very many times over the last year and a half, but Adair has reached that 85%, and we have had to suspend admissions for a small amount of time. Normally, though, we're able to admit voluntary admissions on the AAC side. We also, when we lifted the moratorium, we had the social detox program. Since then, we've admitted 4 people for social detox, 3 from Miami County and 1 from Montgomery. We're still in the process of doing some remodels. B2 remodel did open last July, which added 14 patient rooms. And while we were doing that, we did a refresh on C1 and C2 before moving them back over to B2. The Eastville remodel, the RFP process for the construction project is complete. A Paola-based company received that contract. We moved patients from East Biddle to C1 September of 27th to accommodate the starting of the renovation. But we're just now starting the construction. It's starting this month, and it's supposed to take 12 months to complete. It will add 12 additional certified beds for a total capacity of 182. My presentation was very brief also, so I will stand for questions.
Representative Carpenter.
Very good. Mike Will Carpenter here, Representative Carpenter here. So I didn't see the numbers on these state institutional alternative beds on here, so I've already forgotten what you said. But isn't the real issue with these state alternative beds is they can't take involuntary?
Correct.
So it looks like we have all these beds out there, but in fact, they can't take involuntary folks. So we still have the wait list at OSH, and isn't that one of our big problems?
We do still have a wait list at both OSH and LSH.
Do we have any of these in state institutional alternative beds that are interested in being involuntary?
I am going to defer to Secretary Howard to see if I haven't been involved in any conversation to that effect. But,
okay, very good. Thank you, Secretary Howard.
Madam Chair, I could speak to Secretary Howard. I could speak briefly to that question. Not so much. The conversation around involuntary hasn't been so much with the private psychiatric hospitals, but with those crisis centers who would like to become crisis intervention centers. So the facility that's just now opening up in Douglas County will likely be the first formalized crisis intervention center when those regs are finalized, and the regs are at the Attorney General's office. So we're waiting for a response back from the Attorney General's office on that. They've been through Department of Administration. They're at the Attorney General's office. We would also then have at least one of the other existing crisis stabilization centers in the KC area in Wyandotte that would also be interested then in taking involuntary admissions there. So most of our focus around involuntary admissions in terms of diverting state hospital has been at that crisis side. And again, so we're really eager to get to that point. And again, I think you'll see the first one probably in Douglas County, and then the second in Wyandotte in that model.
Well, very good. So that would have a potential to removing the wait list at OSH then?
Certainly can impact that. That's right. That's right.
Okay. Very good.
Madam Secretary, if you could stay up there. We have one last question before lunch break from Representative Concanon.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know really whether this is for you or Dr. Dixon. So we're talking about the wait list. What is the wait list now? And go ahead, Nick.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it varies on any given day. I mean, I think I saw the Osawatomie numbers. I think there were 8 today. But even in the context of that, I think 1 was waiting admission, and I think 7 still needed some medical clearance or something still needed to happen. So not huge numbers. Yeah, Larned on the, Larned, I mean, I'll separate that out. If we're talking about the psychiatric hospital at Larned, I was actually just making the comment to Superintendent Dixon this morning that I was shocked to kind of read the waitlist number and to find actually that we had 9 available beds yesterday. Now, we've tended to have a small waitlist there on the psychiatric side, but really, I mean, small numbers. I mean, in the range of, 4, 5, 6. But right now today we have 9 beds available at Larned. That, of course, is not the competency side. I mean, those numbers are obviously very large, but again, that's kind of an entirely different conversation. So again, fairly small numbers at both hospitals right now, and obviously an important part of that has been the availability of the SIA process.
Well, that's Madam Chair, if I could just make a comment, that we've come a long way from when I started on this committee, and we were having 35. Really high numbers. And I just, the reason I asked it now was just because it was mentioned that there were closed to admissions because of the 85% occupancy. So.
Yes. When we did the moratorium, we wanted to make sure that we didn't disadvantage things on the involuntary side by taking voluntary admissions. And so that's why we did that. And as Commissioner Dixon said, that's meant, at Osawatomie, of course, we're kind of split into kind of two hospitals because of the certification piece, what we call OSH, what we call the Adair Acute Care. And so as he said, we've had more ability to take those admissions on the Adair side than the OSH side in terms of the voluntary side. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Madam Secretary, I was mistaken. We had the last questions from Representative Landwehr.
It's not so much a question, but Commissioner Dixon needs to understand that in Kansas, it may be spelled Arkansas, but we pronounce it Arkansas. So
I am so sorry.
No, you're fine. We just didn't want you doing that in the future. So it happens all the time with people. You're fine, Mike.
I think the two things to remember are Kansas and there's no fear in McPherson. So,
well, and it's Osawatomie, not Uswatomie. So I've been corrected on that as well. So I'm a one-time learner when it comes to things like that.
Yes, the enemies or the Native Americans are very much appreciative when it's pronounced correctly.
Committee, we are recessed until 1 o'clock. Committee, the meeting will come to order. Am I on? Think I'm on? All right. I saw Secretary Stanek over lunch, and she told me she may be a minute or two late. She's meeting with the governor's team this morning. So we're going to go ahead and start with Sarah, if she's here with us. State Medicaid Director. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Good to see everybody. I'm going to be working off of our update slide deck that looks like this. It says KanCare update. Just want to make sure everybody's on the right handout. All right. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to bypass the Secretary's update. So we've got a number of updates for you today. Madam Chair, would you like the Secretary to go first? I just
Madam Secretary, you are on the schedule if you want to just greet everyone.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I'm so...
No, you don't need to apologize. I just said that you were with the governor's office, so you're fine.
Sorry, Sarah. Don't. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Secretary Janet Stanek, KDADS. Good to see you all. I didn't prepare anything real formal today. I just wanted to tell you that we are very busy in the Medicaid program. As you know, you're going to hear a lot of good stuff today. I know you heard a lot of good stuff this morning as well. So that's all. Thanks.
All right. So thank you, Secretary. Moving on to our slides. Just a little overview on this slide about what we're going to be talking about today. So I've got some updates, general updates for KanCare, and then I'll turn the microphone over to LaTanya Palmer, our Director of Eligibility, for some updates on the public health emergency unwinding and all the good work that we're doing in that area. Next slide, please. So at the top, I wanted to give you all a little bit of an update on where we are with our KanCare MCO contract reprocurement. So a bit of a refresher, our current contracts are set to expire on December 31st of this year, and we're in the process of doing the contract extension for one additional year for all three of the MCOs. So the revised expiration date is going to be December 31st, 2024. We've been hosting a series of input sessions for stakeholders and for KanCare families, providers, and anyone else who just has an interest in the program. Over the last couple of months, we've held 5 small group sessions with legislators, and I want to thank all of you who participated in those. They were very, very helpful. We've also hosted 2 facilitated sessions with some providers, associations, advocates, and self-advocates. And then we've also held 4 virtual sessions that were open to the public. Those were very well attended, and those were held last week. And we're continuing to encourage folks to submit any input that they wish to share on the RFP. We've created a dedicated email address to receive that information, and it's shown on the screen. It's KanCareRenewal@ks.gov. I did hear, I was listening to the testimony this morning, Madam Chair, from Matt Flesher, and the concerns about flexibility and making sure folks have ample opportunity. We will be posting videos of our input sessions from last week. We understand that everybody has availability at the precise time we pick for those sessions. So we will be posting them on the KanCare website, and that way folks can watch the session at their leisure, whatever time works for them. And then we've got that email address, and they can send that comment in at a time that's convenient for them. And all of that is received and reviewed by KDHE staff, and it's processed by our consultant and kind of into a compendium of all the input that we've received. Next slide, please. So also wanted to provide an update. The next 2 slides have to do with maternal and child health. Bit of a background, as you all probably recall from the 2022 legislative session. We worked together, executive and legislative branches, to pass funding to allow Medicaid to extend eligibility for postpartum women through 12 months postpartum. That was very, very exciting. The effective date of that policy was April 1st, 2022. But we will only start to see those impacts in the coming months because, as LaTanya will update you later, we have been doing continuous eligibility from the public health emergency for most of this time. So the effects of that extension are going to become evident in the coming months and years. So we've been continuing to look at what more we can do. We know that there are some challenges when it comes to maternal health outcomes, particularly with the Medicaid population. We know that there are often delays in receiving prenatal care. Some of that is because either the individual has not yet applied for KanCare, or they don't know if they can be eligible for it, or they are already on KanCare, but their MCO does not know that they're pregnant yet. We've heard from cases from MCOs where sometimes they don't know their member is pregnant until they arrive in the delivery room to deliver the baby. So we know that that's a challenge. All three of our MCOs have pretty robust wraparound services for pregnant women. We can't leverage those if they don't know the member's pregnant. So we're looking at ways to make sure we can cut into that delay in receiving prenatal care. We also know that we are seeing higher rates of preterm births, lower birth weight babies, and C-sections among Medicaid moms. We just met with our MCOs earlier this week, and one of them discussed a recent trend that they're seeing in increased NICU admissions among their membership. So we know that that's a challenge for us. And then there's also some barriers to care that we want to make sure that we can try and address. So some of our moms might not be familiar with the medical system. They might not have had a lot of care just generally throughout their lives, and so it can be intimidating, or they might be distrustful of it. So we're looking at this from all sides. Next slide, please. So some early options that we think would be helpful to start to address some of these challenges. Number one, we really need to do a better job on the rates that we pay OBGYNs for global prenatal, delivery, and postpartum care. We moved through a very modest increase to these rates in 2022. Before that, we'd been paying OBGYNs to deliver babies the same amount for about 20 years. So it was a modest increase. We need to be doing better. I will tell you that for those of you who are on the Appropriations Committee or Ways and Means Committee, our caseloads request for spring includes another modest increase to these rates to bring us up from 65% of Medicare to 70% of Medicare. So those committees, you might be seeing information about that starting next week. So the rates are concerning because our moms typically come to pregnancy in worse shape health-wise. They tend to be less healthy going into pregnancy. They tend to require more care. And Medicaid only pays about a third of what commercial will pay. So this is a big challenge. You know, we're asking our providers to do more with more challenging patients, but for the least amount of reimbursement. So that's one of the areas that we're hoping to focus on in the coming years, but realizing that we need to do that incrementally, not a giant appropriation all at once. The second thing that we're looking into is adding coverage for doulas. Now, doulas are professionals who are educated, highly educated in the birth process, taking care of children, prenatal care, the delivery process, breastfeeding, and they provide continuance guidance and support and education to moms throughout pregnancy, and they also do some work in the postpartum area. All three of our MCOs have indicated that they think adding doulas to Medicaid coverage could help make a dent in some of these outcomes, get moms into care earlier, help them navigate a system that they might feel intimidated or distrustful of. And so we've been studying this, and one of our MCOs shared with us some data that they've seen in other markets where doula pilots have been launched. And they've found a reduction in preterm birth rates, a reduction in the C-section rate for moms who worked with a doula throughout their pregnancy, increase in visits on the prenatal and postpartum side, so they're getting more care, and increased breastfeeding rates, pretty drastic increase in breastfeeding rates at 6 weeks. So our next steps here, looks like this is a promising approach. Our next steps would be to try and draft a policy to cover doulas and figure out what the fiscal impact would be And then whatever the impact would be, try and present it at fall caseloads. And we would keep this committee apprised on our work the whole time. All right, our next slide. We've got 2 slides related to durable medical equipment. There's been a lot of talk about DME in the Medicaid space in recent months, and wanted to share a little bit of information about how it's reimbursed in Medicaid. So we basically have one of 2 methodologies for paying for DME. Either Medicaid sets a rate for reimbursement for that particular product, or we use a process known as manual pricing, where we basically take the lesser of the MSRP minus 20% or the provider's cost plus 35, one or the other. So that's, in those cases, we don't necessarily set a Medicaid rate. It's based on the invoice and MSRP. Currently, as a baseline, our rate for DME and prosthetics, orthotic supplies, it's 65% of Medicare. And a lot of the more advanced equipment, like there's custom wheelchairs and more advanced DME, that tends to be manually priced. Next slide, please. So we've been hearing from DME providers for really the last year or so that our current rates really aren't sustainable for them. Like a lot of industries, the product costs for DME have gone up significantly during the pandemic and the last several years. And so our rates aren't always keeping up with their acquisition costs. And we've heard that in some cases it actually costs them money to serve a Medicaid member. We did notice that the current budget bill for KDHE does increase the rates for DME to 80% of Medicare. We wholeheartedly support this, and we're very happy that this looks like it might be moving forward. I think that would be really welcome relief to a lot of our DME providers. But in terms of statutory guidelines, there really is no base or statutory standard that we have to set these rates at. It's kind of up to the state. So, you know, in terms of how KDHE sets the rates, there's no statute mandating that it be a certain percentage of Medicare. MCOs do have the ability to negotiate a higher rate with a provider, but it's not something that the state can mandate that they do. And one thing that I would note is that while we hear from providers about challenges in this area, the Medicaid program does not have the ability to increase provider rates beyond very, very minor amounts without some assistance from the legislature, and for the simple reason that we cannot appropriate money to ourselves. I wish we could, that'd be great, but we cannot do that. We basically have 3 times a year where we're able to ask for some additional funding to increase rates beyond, again, just very minimal amounts, and that's through the twice yearly caseload process and then through the budget process. So it does make it challenging. We don't have a contingency fund or an emergency fund or something like that where we can do a very short notice influx to a particular provider group for the rates. That's not something that we currently have the ability to do. Next slide, please. Okay, another update. We shared some information last November about a gap that we had discovered when it comes to the protected income level and the Working Healthy program. So those of you who were in the legislature a couple years ago will remember that we increased the protected income level for individuals on HCBS waivers to 300% of the FPL. That was a fabulous change. A lot of folks' lives were impacted very positively from that. However, there was a side effect to that that only became really noticeable in the last year. And we discovered that we've got some folks who participate in the Working Healthy program. This is a program that allows individuals with disabilities to continue working and earning up to 300% of the FPL while keeping their Medicaid coverage. However, they have to pay premiums in order to stay on that program. What this means is that in some cases, it is cheaper for a member to leave their job and go on an HCBS waiver than it is to stay in the Working Healthy program, continue working, because they have to pay a premium, and there's not a premium in place for an HCBS waiver. So we started studying to see what we could do to make a dent in this. And what we ended up deciding is that we could level this effect by increasing the income threshold at which Working Healthy the premiums have to be paid. Right now, they start at 100% of FPL. We're proposing to raise that to about 226% of the FPL, and then that would take away some of the disincentives for some of our members with disabilities to continue working. So I bring this to Bethel's attention because we did talk about it in November. We do have to amend a regulation to make this effective. We had our hearing at the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs on March 10th. They did express a concern there that we were proposing to amend a regulation that would cost the state money, and I wanted to make sure you all were aware that the request for that funding is coming through spring caseloads this year. So you'll have an opportunity to vote on that next week. We will not adopt that regulation until we are certain that the funding is going to come through. So just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides are kind of our standard metrics that we report on at every Bethel. I love this slide. I'm a visual person, and this kind of shows you the growth in the Medicaid population from January and February of 2022 into January and February of 2023 in a distribution of our members across the 3 MCOs. Pretty typically, we see United with slightly more members than the other 2 MCOs, and Aetna with slightly fewer members than the other 2 MCOs. That's holding pretty steady. Right above the pie graph, you can see the total number of beneficiaries in managed care, and you can see the impact of the public health emergency there. We went up about, oh boy, I shouldn't do math in public, but I think about 13,000 beneficiaries from January and February in 22 to January and February in 23. Next slide, please. This slide is another standard update that we provide the committee. It shows the number of processed and denied claims for the first 2 months out of this year for all 3 of the MCOs. And then the lower half of the slide shows the number of denied claims by each category and the percentage of denied claims by each service type. So typically pharmacy has the most denials. The reason why is that that's a point of sale service. So if all the eligibility and prior auths and everything are not in place at that point of sale, there can be a denial. So looks like these numbers are pretty steady from what we see month to month and year to year. Next slide, please. So this slide basically shows the same information, but just in a more chart-like form if you're visual like me. Next slide, please. So the next 2 slides show clean claims processing and total claims processing. So this slide shows you visually how our MCOs are doing when it comes to processing clean claims. Our contract standard is that 100% of clean claims have to be processed within 30 days. So a clean claim is a claim that doesn't require any other tweaks or changes to it. It can be paid as is. And you can see across all 3 MCOs throughout 2021 and throughout 2022, they're hitting that standard pretty consistently. Next slide, please. This slide shows all claims processed within 60 and 90 calendar days. So in 2022, 60 days, you can see our contract standard is 99% of non-clean claims have to be processed within 60 days. Again, they're hitting that pretty consistently. The chart on the right shows how many were processed within 90 days. Our contract standard is 100% of non-clean claims have to be processed within 90 days. You'll notice we don't have the December information on there yet because there's some run out time and a delay in submitting encounter data to the state. So we'll have that next time. Next slide, please. And the next 3 slides, this is another part of our standard reporting. So this shows the calendar year 2022 cumulative MCO profit and loss per NAIC filings. And we've got one for each of the 3 MCOs. Next slide, please. And one more slide, please. Thank you. So, Madam Chair, that concludes my portion of the presentation. If you like, I can stand for questions. Otherwise, I can turn the microphone over to LaTanya.
Committee will take questions now. What questions do we have for Sarah? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Fertig, thank you for being here. You knew I'd have a question or two.
Of course.
So DME, why is there a reason why we can't put that in caseloads?
That's a good question. So, Madam Chair, we certainly can move through rate increases for DME and caseloads. Our concern with the approach that the legislature is taking, that would be a big price tag. The caseloads process is in some ways not super clearly defined. We're usually reluctant to ask for large rate increases and items with a very large price tag that's not statutorily or federally mandated through the caseloads process, out of concerns that the legislature might say, well, you're presenting this with a surprise $10 million bill. We haven't heard about this before. So we can do modest increases. We're doing that with those global pregnancy rates, a 5% increase. It's, I think, maybe $300,000 SGF, pretty minor for Medicaid. With DME, a drastic increase, though, we're concerned about doing that through caseloads, out of concerns that the legislature might think we're trying to sneak something past you, which we're not. But in this case, there was already movement in the legislature, I believe you led that, Representative Carpenter, to increase those rates. And so we didn't want to duplicate those efforts. Let's see how the budget process pans out this year.
And what I'm more talking about is going forward, small incremental increases in the time that I think the $5 million will get them. It's so unfortunate that we didn't do this last year and that we got into such a situation. We had Mr. Lopez here earlier today, and I think he's going to close the facility, but I wish we'd have known about that last year. We could have helped him. But I'm talking about now that the calculations for the $5 million were at 80%, to bring it to 80% of Medicare. And so I'm talking about just little incremental, we could possibly do that. Madam Chair, could I have one more question here? So earlier today we had, and you may have been listening to it, a gal talking about medically needy and the protected income limit. Is that similar to what you were talking about with the healthy? So that's what they're running into?
Sure. So, Madam Chair, we listened with interest in that testimony. The individual who presented that testimony is actually one of our employees, and I think her testimony shows how passionate our eligibility workers are about the programs and the folks we serve and what they do. So she did a great job. So with the medically needy, it's a little bit more tricky. There's a federal regulation that kind of restricts how high we can raise the protected income level for those folks. Unfortunately, it's tied to TANF. It's tied to how much money the state spends on TANF. So there's an obstacle at the federal level for us to do much. I will tell you that based on our analysis, whenever we look towards fiscal notes for Medicaid expansion, a large chunk of that population would be taken care of if the state were to expand Medicaid, and they wouldn't be subject to that very, very low protected income level going forward.
I've already forgotten what you said, so could you get me a paper on that says exactly what you said?
Certainly happy to.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. How many babies are born in Kansas covered by KanCare?
Madam Chair, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. We've provided that data before. It's somewhere between 10,000 and 15,000, I believe. We can come back with a more precise number.
Okay. Madam Chair, one more question. This kind of goes to this. And I'd like to know what the percentage is compared to total births, if we could.
So, Madam Chair, a pretty standard threshold in Kansas is Medicaid pays for about 40% of births.
40%? Okay. Thank you.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's really quick and easy. And I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but when you referred to payment of the OBGYNs for prenatal, and would that include the family practice docs across the state that also deliver?
So, Madam Chair, that would apply to any provider that bills for those global codes. So it's usually OBGYNs. However, we do have midwives who bill for those codes as well. So this rate increase also would have a trickle-down effect for them as well. So anyone who bills for those codes, it's just a flat increase for those.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Thank you. And mine's really a follow-up on that. So that proposal of the 70% of Medicaid, it seems to me that a point that you didn't bring up that we should be kind of focusing on is the fact that if we have better prenatal care, then it also impacts future health care for not only that mother, but for the children as well, which also impacts future Medicaid expansions or Medicaid cost that we all incur. So I'd appreciate in the future if you would bring that up. And I really appreciate the fact that you were able to mention when it came to the medically, if we pass Medicaid expansion, that it would help all of them. So thank you, Representative Carpenter, for helping that being brought out.
Representative Ruiz.
My question is back to that medically needy. And you said that there's a federal regulation that's tied to TANF. Can only the feds untie that, or is there anything that the states can do?
So, Madam Chair, yeah, there is a federal regulation that limits how much federal dollars we can draw down in order to raise the protected income level for the medically needy. So it limits how much federal dollars we can spend and ties it to, I think, Tanya, is it 133.33%? Does that sound right? Yes. 133.33% of the amount we offer for TANF for a household of two. So it ties us to that. We don't have the ability to change federal regulations, obviously. We could advocate to CMS that they take a look at that, but in the absence, really, what the most impactful thing the state could do to address that is Medicaid expansion.
All right, thank you.
And now we will move to LaTanya. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
LaTanya Palmer.
Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon. Tanya Palmer, Director of Eligibility for KDHE. It's a pleasure to be here and stand before you all. I will provide several updates today, updates regarding application processing, including processing times. I'll provide an update on our staffing, and then talk some about redeterminations, which touches on our unwinding process. Next slide. Okay, so we're sitting at about 4,300 applications in-house. Our aged application count remains at pretty record lows for us. About 8% of our total applications are aged, so over 45 days. About 7% of those are waiting for more information from the applicant or someone else involved in the application process. And about 1% of our applications over 45 days are ready to be processed. Next slide. Here we have our current application processing times. You can see here that our application processing times are well below the 45-day requirement, federal requirement. Our family medical applications take on average right now currently about 10 days for us to process. This is from the point that we receive the application request to the point that we make an eligibility determination and the letter is sent to the home. And then our more complex applications that require more evaluation, analysis, looking at resources, they do take a little bit longer to process, with our elderly and disabled applications taking about 14 calendar days and our long-term care applications about 23 days. Next slide. So we're continuing to recruit. We aggressively started recruiting during the pandemic, and we are continuing with those efforts throughout the unwinding. Our vacancy rate is currently about 7%. So we're looking at about 23 vacancies, eligibility vacancies that we do have. with KDHE. We just had a new hire class start this past Monday, so a group of new staff that joined us, about 14. So we're very thankful that they joined us here at the state. They're probably taking some IT security trainings right now, and then next week they will begin actual training with eligibility, and that training lasts about 4 to 6 weeks, and then it'll take some time for them to become efficient. But we're very excited to have more staff who can help us process, especially with the unwinding. Next slide. Now we'll transition some and talk through redeterminations, and this also touches on our unwinding process. So as was Sarah mentioned, the omnibus bill established March 31st as the end of the continuous eligibility requirement, and we have 12 months to begin the process of renewing and reviewing eligibility for all of our members. We have CMS requirements that we must comply with, and we were tasked to provide a formal unwinding renewal plan to CMS, which we did, and that's posted on our website, KanCare.ks.gov, if anyone is interested in seeing that detail. We have started our unwinding process. We are sending renewals to households monthly based on the member's renewal due date. And these renewal forms are used to help us determine whether or not our members remain eligible for coverage. So we ask that they return that form to us, and that form should have updated information that we can use to determine if they remain eligible for the program. So just a little bit about the timeline, the renewal process and timeline. As stated, we send these forms out to members monthly based on the members' renewal month. We're not sending a massive amount of forms for all of our members in 1 month. We're sending them monthly based on their renewal due date. They are mailed the month prior to the members' renewal month, and they must be returned by the 15th of their renewal month. In general, if the form isn't received by the 15th of their renewal month, eligibility will end the last day of that month. And we'll go through an example on the next slide. If eligibility does end for failure to return the renewal, the member then does have 3 months after that discontinuance to return their renewal form. We understand that things happen, whether it's in our control, in the member's control, or not, so that that 3-month reconsideration period is somewhat as a grace period. And if they return that form to us and they are otherwise eligible, then that coverage will backdate so that there's no gap in coverage. Because we have this 3-month period after the renewal due month, yeah, it just sounds strange, then because we have that 3-month period, a more complete picture of the outcome of the renewals is seen after this period, not immediately on the 15th, because they have that extra time to provide information. So with that, we do plan to have more data to share with you all at the next Bethell in terms of the outcome of our renewals and processing. Next slide. So here we have an example using our April 2023 renewal due date. We mailed notices out beginning mid-March. They were due back to the clearinghouse on April 15th. If not returned by April 15th, the member's eligibility ends the end of this month, April 30th. And then the member then has May, June, and July to return that renewal form. Once it's processed, and if they are determined eligible, then coverage would backdate to May 1st. And we would expect to see data, more complete data from the April renewal process in August 2023. Next slide. So we have started our unwinding process. Unwinding from the continuous eligibility requirement. And the first members up for renewal are individuals who had an April 2023 date. We mailed forms to about 30,718 households, and those forms were due back to us by April 15th. If not received, eligibility ends the end of this month with an effective date of May 1. If eligibility is discontinued, they have the 3 months after April, May, June, and July to still return that, and if otherwise eligible, coverage typically would backdate. As stated, we sent forms to about 30,718 households, a number that we wanted to provide but didn't quite make it to the slide before we had to get it back to the committee. We received approximately 10,500 forms back from those that were mailed in April. This is a return rate of about 34%. Prior to the pandemic, we had a return rate at this point of about 40%. So this is slightly lower. We are expecting that rate to go up, as those forms are continuing to flow in. We've also started sending out renewals for individuals with the May renewal due date. Those just went out earlier this month. Our renewal process is a bit of a process. So on April 10th, we began mailing renewal forms to members with a May 2023 renewal date. We sent forms to about 30,420 households, so pretty comparable number to April. And we are watching daily for renewal forms, monitoring our numbers to determine, what the intake is like and to make sure that we're reallocating resources as needed to process these renewals as they come in. Last slide, we have our call center metrics. So this is displaying our metrics for the first quarter of 2023. We had a slight increase in calls offered or calls received in March. And this is the month that we started sending out renewal forms. So we believe that that is the reason why that went up. Our abandonment rate remain at minimum levels, so on less than 1% of an abandonment rate. So members, individuals, callers calling and then hanging up because of a wait time. And our call volumes are within our forecasted levels. So we went into the unwinding forecasting calls to be higher than they typically are, and our call center is staffed to the forecasted level. That's all that I have in a presentation, but I'll take questions.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks, Tanya. So everything that you've been telling us about this process that's all dictated by federal guidelines. Is this correct?
Yes. The unwinding timeline, it is based on federal guidance, the 12 months, and then there's some other guidance that I didn't speak on, but it's in our unwinding plan that is dictated by the federal government.
Thank you. And then on page 20, you mentioned about the pilot program. And so are those employees that are, I think you're now under training, so are they working specifically on this unwinding program? And did I read that correctly? They're 100% remotely working?
Yes, we are recruiting individuals who are able to work remotely depending on the distance they live from Topeka. So the new hire group that just started, they are remote, and they are helping with eligibility processing, which includes the unwinding work.
Thank you. My last question then is about, so when you said that it would be complete by March of 2024, but would that mean that action from your from your breakdown there, that would that actually mean that's really not going to be complete till August of 24 because they'll have 3 months after March and then it wouldn't. So am I correct?
Very good observation. You are correct in terms of the processing timeline. And even though the unwinding period would end March 2024, our processing of those renewals would continue.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you so much.
I have a question for you, a couple of them. So about these employees, please help me to understand. So prior to this time when the federal government said, if you keep these people on and you don't kick anybody off, we're going to give you a higher FMAP. So prior to them saying that, there was still an eligibility process. There was still a way that we checked on people, and I assume that was annually. Is that right?
Yes.
In the past. So if we were doing all these annual checkups anyway, why do we need to add 14 more employees to do what we would have already been doing?
Great question, and I'm happy to answer. Our volumes are higher in the unwinding, so we're looking at about 2 times the intake that we would typically get. During the pandemic, the continuous eligibility requirement, we weren't required to renew eligibility for members, though we did continue with some of our processes. The formal process of sending out renewal forms and requiring members to return those forms, we have reinstated. And so there's a buildup of work that requires us to amp up our staffing.
So then once this has been done, in this 14 to 16 months, we're told about, will these people then be laid off because they'll no longer be necessary?
No, we are not planning to lay these individuals off. We're not quite sure yet of the residual effect of the unwinding and the pandemic. But, we have plenty of work to do, and the assistance is definitely needed. We have vacancies still based on our insourcing when the state took on elderly, disabled, and long-term care processing from a then contractor. We forecasted needed staffing levels, and there are still vacancies from that. So our need to continuously recruit is not solely due to the unwinding, but it definitely put a little bit more pressure on us to be creative and see how to get more staff.
And then one last question. So you send a letter out and you say, this is your annual review, please complete this, send this back. They don't. Now what?
If we do not receive the form back, then eligibility will end at the end of the month. We send them a letter letting them know that we didn't get your form, so we have to end your coverage. We also let them know that they have 3 months still to return the form, and we would relook at their eligibility.
Thank you. Committee, other questions? Yes, Representative Reese.
Director, can any of the applications be done online?
Yes, in terms of the public submitting an application online, definitely. Applications can be completed online. And with the unwinding, we have also implemented an enhancement that allows renewals to be completed online. It does require some pre-work for the public, the member to create an online account, but that's an enhancement that we implemented to help move things along quicker.
Wonderful, thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking on page 20 under that pilot, these were all vacant positions that the agency had?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, we will now move to our managed care organization updates. And we'll start with Dr. Muna, Minshawati, that's probably not even close, from Aetna.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thanks for this opportunity. I have my slides.
Are
My
you
name
going
is
to
Mona
correct me?
Inshuat.
Say it again.
Inshuat.
Inshuat.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem. I am the Chief Medical Officer of Aetna Better Health of Kansas. I'm an internist by training, and I'm board certified in hospice and palliative care. Today, I want to talk about maternal health. But before we start, normally we usually present a member success story, but today I wanted to start with an Aetna success story, and that is our collaboration with Baby Talk. So Baby Talk is a program through Kansas University. It's free prenatal education classes that are offered to women who are pregnant less than 32 weeks. These are usually 2-hour classes. They come in videos, interactive modules, hands-on training, and they're offered in 2 languages, in English and in Spanish. This program started back in 2015, I believe, and it was through a grant from KDADS to help with population in Sedgwick County. So when we had that discussion with the Baby Talk in Kansas University, we've noticed that women who were enrolled in this program, they had higher chance of delivering full term and also breastfeeding early on. And because of all the good data that we saw from that program, we decided to invest $150,000 to take this program statewide, and it will serve all pregnant women, not just the Aetna Better Health of Kansas members. So we're very excited about this program, and we know that in this year we're going to have more access to women. Next slide. So why we are talking about maternal health? According to the CDC, U.S. mortality rate is increasing. And when I look at our Kansas numbers, we're still high and sometimes higher than other states. A lot of things that stand out from the reports is that maternal health mortality causes can be prevented. And the SDOH and health inequities contribute significantly to maternal and fetal mortality. Also, substance use disorder is a growing problem during pregnancy. And I will be talking a little bit about what we're doing with Aetna Better Health to address some of these issues. Next slide. So on this next slide, focusing more on Kansas, this is a heat map. It really tells you where the mothers with a higher vulnerability. It's an index that's based on physical as well as social factors. And the score goes from 0 to 100. And the higher the score is, the higher the vulnerability. And if you look at the areas that are the darkest, you will notice that it's mostly southeast Kansas and Wyandotte County. So we truly believe that the issue is mostly access, and access to good quality health care and prenatal care. And we're at Aetna Better Health, we're really dedicated to focusing on these issues. So we provide transportation and lodging and connection to community providers and organization, and something like Baby Talk that will help, especially in these rural areas. Next slide. So about 2 years ago, I stood here and I talked about our maternity health program. At that time, we were focusing on what our case managers can do for our pregnant members. Since then, our programs had evolved, and now we have a new program, or an evolved program called Maternity Matters. And this program, what it does, it stratifies the risk not just based on their physical health needs. It also now pulls data from advanced analytic tools, claims, pharmacy, health exchange data tools. So pretty much we know a little bit about moms who have, multiple ER admissions, or someone who has homelessness or traumas and things like that. And now we have more robust screening for physical health and behavioral health and social determinants of health needs. So the goals of this program ultimately is to improve maternal and babies' outcomes and to increase those prenatal and postpartum visits. But most importantly, we want to identify and engage women with history of substance use disorder and assign them to a high-risk care manager. Eventually, if we are able to capture and be aware of these members early on, I think we can help them and help reduce those ICU admissions and NICU admissions. But with all these things said, identifying social determinants of health, reducing racial and ethnic disparities is going to have a huge impact as well on maternal outcomes. Next slide. I think I presented this before. This is our risk stratification tool. So basically, we have 3 different levels for risk stratification. We have an intensive, supportive, and population health. So what we are doing differently is now for the intensive, it's again not just based on their physical needs. We are addressing the social determinants of health. So that is identified to have some issues with homelessness or with food insecurities or domestic violence are now assigned as intensive, and they will be supported by a dedicated case manager who has expertise and credentials as well as training in maternal health to help our members and drive more of a member-focused care. Next slide. So I just wanted to highlight the impact of our case managers' work with our pregnant members over the last 2 years. As you can see on this slide, we have less cases of eclampsia for those who are engaged with case management. We have more prenatal visits, especially for those high-risk moms, and we have more enrollment with from members with substance use disorder and alcohol abuse. Next slide. Our quality department is also focusing on maternal health. We actually have 2 initiatives through our quality department, and both initiatives we report back to KDAD and KDHE. One is a performance improvement project focusing on increased prenatal visits, and the other one is our HEDIS measures focusing on the postpartum visits. Our numbers for 2020 and 21 has been impacted a little bit with COVID, with the pandemic and the closure of offices. And as Director Furtick had mentioned earlier, there has been some challenges identifying members early on. As I look at our trends for 2022, it looks like we're trending up, and I will be happy to share that information with you in the near future. With that being said, our interventions for both or our approach to how to improve prenatal and postnatal remain the same for both initiatives. Next slide, please. So what we do is we do messaging, we do interactive voice recordings, we do actual calls from the care management department as well as quality department. We've engaged PICS Health to make calls for our pregnant moms to remind them about their appointments. And now we have a Baby Talk. Again, we're very excited, and we're going to start seeing data from Baby Talk shortly. We have our value adds benefits that focus around maternal health as well, and incentivizing moms and providers to make us aware and notifying us early on of their pregnancy. We have community events, which I will touch on in a little bit. We have provider education and incentives. We have also our quality liaisons who go and meet with the providers also to educate them on our benefits. Next slide. So in the last few sessions, we presented on our value-based value-add benefits, but today I just wanted to highlight the areas that are pertaining to our maternal health. The first one is our over-the-counter catalog, which allows mom to have access to prenatal vitamins. And then the other one is the Promise Pregnancy, which again, different cards and values that mom gets with early notification and visits to her prenatal and postpartum visits. We also have transportation, not only to the doctor's offices, but we also provide transportation to WIC programs, to the Baby Talk if needed, or we provide lodging if needed. We also have our health rewards, and that is mostly for the baby, taking the baby for the wellness visits and for the vaccines. Next slide. So I wanted to also touch base on a little bit of our upcoming events in the next couple of months, and we have two highlighted here related to our maternal health. So we have a lot of baby showers in multiple counties across the state of Kansas. We utilize these baby shower events to educate moms again on about our benefits, and also provide them information on how to access case managers. And there are gifts given during that those baby showers if they visit the booths and talk to everyone. And that is my presentation, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, and we will hold the questions until the end. Thank you.
That was good. Thank you.
And conferees for the MCOs to make sure we have time for everyone. And that turned out just about right, by the way. We're going to time you at about 8 minutes, and so don't expect you to go over that time. And if you're under, that's great. Gives us more time for questions. And now we will go to Jane Brown. With Aetna? No, not here?
She's here. She was part of that. That was part of questions.
Oh, you were part of that just for questions. Okay, great. Now let's go to Michael Stevens. Hi, Michael.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Stevens from Sunflower Health Plan, and it's our privilege to be here too. I enjoy listening to these hearings every time, including listening to our friends at both Aetna and United. I think we've all proven and enjoyed throughout the pandemic being able to work together and collaborate, and yet we all have slightly different approaches that we use to try to meet the needs of those in Kansas. I'd like to start with a mission moment, and today I'd like to mainly focus on some of the special needs populations that KanCare covers. And first, our mission moment really is in regard to one of our foster care members. One of the challenges, we all talk about social drivers of health, and we talk about the challenges that many of those that we cover have. That's especially true for foster care kids who may switch families that they are with multiple times throughout their childhood. And as you can imagine, it's tough for those, especially that have complex medical needs, to have continuity when they move from one family to another. We had an instance of that within the last month, where a foster care child was moved to a new family, and they are on seizure medication and didn't have enough when they arrived at the new family. And so we're at significant risk when they joined this new family. The family was trying to figure out where had they gotten their prescriptions filled, how do I catch up? And what it demonstrates is the waiver programs that you have put in place that allow us to have case managers to meet the needs of these really complex members, is that we were able to be that continuity. We were the similarity from one family to the next to make sure that this child's needs were met. We're able to help them not miss the seizure medication, even though they didn't have any when they got to the new family. The next one I'd like to share is to talk about something that we're doing to help increase capacity for individuals with developmental disabilities who need caregiving. We've heard quarter after quarter about labor shortages, about the need to pay more for caregivers. And while we acknowledge that that's certainly true, we also realize that we have to be creative to help caregivers be stretched to serve more people. And one of the ways to do that is to avoid, for example, paying shift work, and instead have an alternative available where a member can live with a family in a family setting so that their caregiver is also providing residential services. And so we have been working with KDADS staff along with some other developmental disability providers to create a safe set of best practices to make sure our members get those good services, to make sure that those families that host them are fairly compensated and that they know what the expectations are, to make sure that these people get consistent care, that they have fewer handoffs, which really contributes to better care, and they spend time with a trusted caregiver in an integrated setting. Next, I'd like to talk about one of the programs that we've put in place to help engage vulnerable youth. And it's a program that we're doing in partnership with the NFL Hall of Fame. And we have this great opportunity next week with the NFL draft occurring in Kansas City that we have been able to bring multiple Hall of Fame players into town, and they'll be meeting with kids at a couple middle schools, along with at one of our PRTFs, Kids TLC, and providing some, what we think will be some inspirational talks, as well as running some focus groups with these kids to focus on leadership and inclusion and diversity and independence, and essentially helping kids to take charge of their own lives. And I think, if this works, we have a short video to share that we'd like to share of one of these sessions. And we have video but no sound. Daryl Green will be joining us. Daryl's a great speaker. I wish you could hear him. Well, I'll let that play in the background, and I'll provide an inadequate narration. Daryl will be here along with Anthony Munoz, Aeneas Brown, and there will also be a female track star whose first name is Iman, and I cannot remember her last name. I apologize. And the four of them will be spending time at two middle schools in Olathe. We have 200 kids signed up for the first session and 600 kids signed up for the second session. And then they'll leave there and go to Kids TLC, where there are 88 kids who are there that they will spend time with, both in a large assembly and in breakout groups, helping with providing an inspirational access to some heroes. The kids get to try on their Hall of Fame jackets. They get to try on some Super Bowl rings and other things like that. And I don't know about you, but that sounds like a lot of fun to me. I'd like to be able to participate in that. This is the program we call Strong Youth, Strong Communities, with the idea that if we invest in these kids and help them learn lessons in leadership, lessons in taking charge of their own lives, that they will be more fulfilled and contributing members of our society. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Pardon me for the sound not working. We'll be happy to share the video with you, but it's been my pleasure to appear before the committee, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Michael. I'm sure we'll have questions for you.
Thank you.
And is Stephanie next, or was she going to be available for questions?
Also here for questions.
Great, thank you. So now we'll go to Laura Canelos.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Canelos. I'm Director of Community Outreach for United Healthcare Community Plan. And today we're going to talk about some of the work that we've been doing regarding the unwinding that you just heard about. We have some slides, and I'm not going to go over some of the things that the Director of Eligibility of KDADS already covered. I don't want to bore you with that again, and mainly explain to you what has been our role in this very challenging process. It's something really unprecedented. It's a lot of backlog of work, and there's a lot of members, hundreds of thousands of members that are going to be reviewed. So we can go to the next line. So this explains basically what the unwinding is. It's going to be this process that was going to take 12 months, probably a little longer than that until everything gets processed. And it's going to be spread out through those 12 months. Our role is going to be helping members understand the process and be ready. And here's some of the challenges. Members lack awareness of this process. They are not used to it anymore. Many of them have never done it because they are fairly new to the program. And the majority has been more than 3 years that they have not even think about having to renew their eligibility. So that is a big issue. Outdated addresses is another of the challenges. The main way in which a member can know when it is their turn to renew is by receiving that form from the clearinghouse. And if they have moved in these past years and have not updated their address, then they're not going to receive it. The other challenge is the large volume, and then language equity and literacy barriers, among others. We can go to the next one. So how do we help in these challenging situations? Collaboration. Collaboration is crucial. We've been working very closely with KDHE and with community organizations, providers, government agencies, schools, and many, many other organizations that have the interaction with our members and that are involved in this process. We have supported many initiatives that we're seeing in the ground that are working. To give an example, there is a fantastic organization located in KC. It's called Kansas Assistance Network, and among many things, they assist members with the renewal process. They've been working in raising awareness and have produced very engaging materials and videos for the community, and we've been partnering with them to make sure that the content is correct and also sponsoring these efforts. Some of the stuff that they've done is create materials in 10 different languages to make sure that the refugee population that they serve is being informed about this. And we're also partnered with organizations like El Centro to sponsor content like videos completely in Spanish, informational, so members can also do it on their own or know where to go for assistance. We can go to the next one. One of the challenges being addresses updates. CMS approved KDHE last year to be able to update addresses of members with the information that these members were giving the MCOs directly. I heard earlier in the morning an excellent question to the KanCare Ombudsman about who do a member goes when they have an issue or they have a question. In many instances, they come to us, to the MCO. The phone number is in the back of the member card. They are used to come to us for help, or if they're in a waiver and they have an assigned care coordinator, that is the person they're going to call to ask for help, and usually they provide us that address update. So now we have this more streamlined process in which we send that data back to KDHE so they can update those addresses. We conducted a call campaign last year based on Postal Office NCOA data. This is the National Change of Address database, identifying members that might have moved, that were registered as undelivered address, or that actually had a recent change of address. But to confirm that that was the case, we conducted this call campaign. We called them, make sure that the address was updated, and provided that information to the clearinghouse. We've also done an email and a social media campaign prompting this address update, as well as our member services are very engaged, doing reminders anytime that a member calls in, explaining what the renewal process is to make sure that the address is updated. And doing community engagement as well. For as long as really this was already in the purview, that was around the beginning of 2021, making sure that providers were informing their members, their patients, about the importance of updating address, as well as many other organizations that work with them. We can go to the next one now. So that is in regards of this first step, that is make sure that your address is updated so you can receive your form. For the rest of the process, we are doing targeted member outreach in several formats and languages. So every person receives information in different ways. If you ask my mom, if she didn't receive it and write it in a letter, it didn't happen. If you ask me, an email. If you ask my younger sister, a text. So we are doing all of those to make sure that the members receive the information in the way that they will engage with it and in the right language. We're also doing social and traditional media campaigns. And before I move on to that one, the targeted member outreach is going to be separate touch points during the time that they should be receiving that form, while they are due and they have still time to do it, and also post-term, because many of them are going to probably learn about this process once they go to the doctor and realize they don't have coverage anymore. So we have those touch points all along that journey. And then social and traditional media campaigns, partnering with providers and organizations where federally qualified health centers are very engaged in this process. Many times a member is not going to pick up the phone, it is their insurance company calling because they probably think it's boring information or disclaimers about claims and whatnot. But if it is their doctor calling them, they will pick up the phone. They might think it's a reminder of a future appointment. And many of these clinics is exactly what they're doing. They are going through their lists and saying, we're going to see these members next month, but let's sure that they have coverage. So they are being very proactive in calling those members and helping them with information. I mentioned the partnerships we have with community organizations. Those have been crucial. Some of the things that we also do in general when we do community outreach is noticing what gaps there might be. If an organization, for instance, is very equipped with staff and resources and they are ready to help, but might not have the expertise and the exact information, then we partner them with another organization more seasoned that has been doing this for a while. And just spread the word about different amazing efforts that many community partners are doing, as well as what KDAG is working on. The partnership has been really wonderful because every part involved has a different perspective in this process. And having that communication of saying, well, we're hearing this from organizations, or we're hearing these complaints from members, we're hearing this is a challenge, and together working on improving that process. Internally, we're very engaged. All the departments of the health plan are involved. Member services, our call center. I am really humbled by the possibility of working with them because these folks are the ones that are in the front lines, talking day in and day out with our members, understanding their concerns, helping them with resources, with information. And they have been very involved in understanding all the nuances of this process, so they are able to give the best information to those members calling. Our care coordinators, same thing. And then provider advocates have been wonderful because they help us spread the word with clinics, especially in rural areas, the smaller clinics that might not know or receive the information on time. Our social determinants of health team as well. And of course, my team, the community outreach team that works directly in the community, informing members, having a tablet available to help them change their address while they're talking to them, referring them to the right organization that will help them with this process, etc. And the next slide, you can see some of the materials that we have created. Something that I do want to emphasize, because we take these very seriously, is we partner with the state and we serve the state of Kansas regardless of what MCO the member is at. So all of our materials have information that is applicable to all three MCOs. And provider organizations are always asking for these materials because they are useful in that way. If you see the one in the middle, you might not understand it. It's in Spanish, but it is not branded. So members don't get confused if they see on some of the other ones, they have our logo. Even though the information, like in this one, the information is applicable to all three MCOs, it does have our brand. So we work with our marketing team and decided to have some materials that didn't have our brand, so members from the other MCOs could also be certain that they could follow that advice. And we've been spreading the word, providing anybody helping us spread the word with these materials in different languages and different formats. Again, so that's all I have for you today, and I stand for questions.
Hay preguntas? Just kidding. Are there any questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Laura, I probably should ask this a kind of a question for Tanya, but also for you. What will happen when, if I'm a client and I didn't fill out my paperwork when it came to me, and then I go to the doctor, and you were talking about providers being involved. So what's going to happen that would be helpful to me who didn't follow through when I go to the doctor?
So it's going to depend on in what part of the timeline you are. If it is 90 days after you lost eligibility, you can still do your renewal form. You can either call the clearinghouse and request another form if you don't have it. You can always do it online. You can complete a completely new application, and that will be considered as a renewal form. And yeah, those are the three ways that you could cure that. If then you're past that 90-day reconsideration period, you're always welcome to reapply.
So if I'm within the 90-day period, is my provider going to then say to me, hey, you've been dropped and here's what you need to do? Are they also being, you mentioned them being involved, are they also being educated, or do they do that right now?
They are already doing that. Most of them. We're working, heavily on trying to spread the word as much as we can. But they are already preventatively telling members that this is coming and that they should be paying more attention. Many of these community health centers have assisters or navigators that help people enroll in Medicaid or with the renewal forms, and they've been fantastic in spreading the word and helping educate the members. Members are also, and I forgot to mention this, members are also welcome if they want to be proactive. They can call the clearinghouse or they can call the MCO to ask when my renewal date is. Because some people were already used to know I renew every April, but this changed because we kept moving, KDHE kept moving the dates due to the public health emergency being renewed, right? So that is one thing that they can take action right now, is calling the clearinghouse or the MCO. And that's something that we're also trying to assist with the big volume of calls that are going to start happening in the next months, and trying to help the member and provide that information as easily as possible without having to send them to a different place or referring them to a different organization.
And then lastly, Madam Chair, we had a presentation earlier today about Medicaid fraud. So if I'm a client and I didn't fill out my paperwork and I got dropped, and so I go to the doctor, then I then do get reinstated, how does one of the MCOs get the reimbursement? Is that it becomes retroactive to that date when I was originally enrolled, or how is that followed through?
That one, I wouldn't know exactly how to respond.
Sarah can probably respond to that one. Can Sarah respond to that?
Yes, Sarah, but Laura, would you stay there because I think there might be more questions for you. Sarah, could you come to the mic?
Sure. Hi. Sure. So, Madam Chair, I believe the question was, Senator Petty, could you repeat your question?
I'll try.
Thank you.
So I'm a client. Mm-hmm. I didn't fill out my paperwork, so I now I'm considered not to be eligible any longer. But within that 3-month period following my date, let's say it's April 24th. So within that 3-month period, I do go to the doctor. The doctor says, well, you no longer have coverage. They say, here's how you can get reinstated. So I do follow that process. I get reinstated. And within that 3-month window, how does the MCO then get reimbursed within that? Is it after the fact, or how is that?
Sure. So we basically have 2 avenues to grant eligibility, retroactive 90 days. So the process that Laura was describing, if you get terminated from Medicaid eligibility and you're within that 90 days, you can still submit your application, and then we will retroactively date your eligibility to the date when you first lost eligibility, if you're following me. And so that way, we can, when we retroactively set eligibility back to that date, we will catch up with the MCO on the capitation payments going all the way back to that time, because they would be covered then for all of their medical expenses that would have occurred during that time. This is true when people apply for new eligibility too. One of the questions on our application form is, did you incur any medical expenses in the last 3 months? And you can check a box. And so that's a way that we can provide capitation payments to the MCOs going back that 90 days to cover those expenses that would have happened during that time.
So, that's interesting. I hadn't even thought about that. So if I'm because in a way I'm now new anyway. If I'm a new participant, there's the capitation back 3 months prior.
Yes, and Madam Chair, that's meant to make sure that we can make sure providers are paid during that time, and also to account for the fact that sometimes it can take a little while before eligibility is determined. To kind of account for the time it takes to submit the application and for the state to process it. We want to make sure providers can get paid during that time.
Can that be implied in any way that somehow is a fraudulent payment because it's coming after the fact?
Madam Chair, I don't think so. No, not at all. I mean, it's not a fraudulent payment to an MCO if the member was eligible for the time period in question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Other questions for Laura? Laura, I will just explain when I was reading your material here in Spanish. I have a Spanish minor. I've taught Spanish on the high school level. I used to be fluent, not even close to that anymore. So
I could tell because you pronounced my name perfectly. I was very impressed.
Muchas gracias. So when my question, hay preguntas, was just an homage to that. So I love to practice it whenever I can. I don't have much of an opportunity. So I have a couple of questions for you. And this is actually for all of our MCOs. And that is, so we have people who are in Medicaid who age into Medicare. Of course, then they are now dually eligible. What do you do for people who become eligible for Medicare?
So always when it is eligibility, it becomes a little tricky because we are not allowed to help the members apply. What we do is we always encourage them to find resources, and we do have a list of places in each county where we're present to know where to refer them to go get that help. Then if your question is more regarding for dually eligible, we do have the DSNP product, but that is once they are already determined eligible for both, is that they could decide to opt in one of those programs.
So they go into a dual SNP, which is a dual special needs plan.
Correct.
And so then another question I have for you, if someone is new to Medicaid, they receive a letter, and I've had some of these folks show the letter to me, and it just basically said, you're assigned to Aetna, or you're assigned, I thought they were allowed to pick which program they can go into. Can you explain that to me?
Yes. So members have the choice, and in their application, either online or on paper, they can choose which MCO they want. If they don't choose because they forget, they don't know how to do it, they don't know that they can, etc., then they get auto-assigned, and there's different algorithms that KDAG follows to assign them. If a member, for example, is a new baby in the family and the other siblings have Sunflower, then that baby gets assigned to Sunflower because it makes sense, right? Continuity. Or if the member in the past year had been with Aetna, for example, they will get assigned to Aetna, again, to keep that continuity. Then when the member is completely new, there's a different algorithm, and that one gets more complicated, and it's a little bit above my, my expertise. And currently, the majority of those, is my understanding, go to Aetna. But I don't have much more detail on that.
All right, thank you. Committee, other questions for other MCOs? Yes, Senator Petty.
This question is for, it's for Michael. I think, it's
United.
I'm sorry, that's my mistake. It's for Sunflower.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. When you said that,
It was a Michael Williams who used to be with United, so in my mind.
Michael, it could have been for Stephanie too, but this has to do with the shared living.
Yes.
Item, and so I know we talked earlier. I had a presentation earlier today about a reimbursement of family members for providing care for someone in their family that, and Sarah had shared with us that I think that's going to go into effect as of September, that's going to be approved. So on this shared living, then is the belief, or are you dealing with looking at benefits consistent with that for a family member, or would it be at a higher rate?
Madam Chair, I'm Stephanie Rasmussen, Vice President of Long-Term Services for Sunflower Health Plan. And shared living, as it currently stands, really applies to families or individuals who are not related to the member providing care. The other mechanisms for paying family members are more in the attendant care payment type of arrangement, and kind of loosening the requirements around that in being able to pay, as we have been during the pandemic, immediate family members for providing care using that service. Shared living is really under the IDD residential services and allows for a person to move in and live with the caregiver that they help choose and develop a trusting relationship with, and for that individual or family to be paid. And typically it's under a contract arrangement, and so they earn a little bit higher amount of funds that they can be paid that also could have some tax benefits to them.
Is that in line with standard practices across the country?
Yes, it is. When we were helping create the best practices model, what we knew, was occurring in other states as far as quality and structure around that program design.
Other questions for Sunflower while they're up here? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Do you know if that Representative Ballard, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Is your question for Sunflower in particular?
No, actually, it's both of my questions were answered because they were the questions were asked. But I did, since I'm here, I'll just make the comment for all three. This session, I really enjoy hearing the innovative and the very creative things that they have done. And I think with all three, I'm driving back from K-State from the veterinary clinic. That's where I was with my dog this morning. And I think the first one, I think she said baby talk. I couldn't write it down, but that program is needed. And I hear about that a lot from new parents. But PRTF, that's one of the things I've been worried about because, we started with at one point 800 slots and now we're down to, right under 300. So it was nice that there's something being done in that area. And I did want to do the kudos about those things, especially NFL, with the draft coming and involving the young people and how important that will be that they will always remember. And I think that has a lot to do with mental health. And then I want to do the kudos for the community outreach teams that I heard about last and the info for all three of them, because at some point, a lot of our people have to decide where they want to go. And just knowing about all three sometimes helps an awful lot. So mine was just kudos to all three. I was impressed with what all they are doing and they continue to do. And sometimes I don't think we say thank you enough, because we're always answering concerns and complaints. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Representative Ballard, I am impressed with your ability to retain all the questions you were going to ask and your comments while you're driving your car and not able to write anything down. Kudos for that. Representative Landwehr.
Representative Ballard, being you chose to talk, I have to ask you, what was Brandy's checkup outcome?
I'm so glad you asked that, my dear friend, Representative Bradbury. She has a clean bill of health from her cancer. So I am just so pleased. I could almost be in tears, but I'm very, very pleased. So thank you for asking.
Michael and Stephanie, I would just like to ask, because Olathe is in my Senate District 9, I'd like to have an invite to come to see those athletes, especially having so many athletes in my family.
Madam Chair, I think that invitation was on its way to you, and I know the Legislature is trying to wrap up next week, but we would extend the invitation to all of you to come and participate if you would like, and we'll make sure you have the schedule.
Thank you. Committee, other questions? I would like while you guys are up there, Michael, if you guys could answer the question that I asked earlier regarding Medicare and Medicaid and dual eligibility.
Yes, and so one of the primary things we do help our members with once they are Medicare eligible is coordination between our care management program and their Medicaid case manager, and making sure that they are able to coordinate their goals with each of us and kind of see that as being a little more seamless. I will be very honest and say it's easier if they have both Medicare and Medicaid with us, because we have much more information and insight, but we do help them with coordination.
Thank you. And what about Aetna?
Good afternoon. I think very similar. We do help with coordination and care. We also help with identifying members who are eligible, for example, for SSI benefits and things like that, and helping them with the paperwork. For Aetna, perhaps different from the other two MCOs, our dual SNP product actually does not sit within the MCO. It sits under the Medicare side of the house. So they kind of take the lead on those members, but we support them however they need us to.
So do you know if those member names are passed over to the Medicare side?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay.
But we can look into it.
I was just asking because I don't think you can legally do that. I was trying to.
Yeah, I was like, I've never heard of it, but
No,
I can find
that's
out.
okay. No,
Okay.
just asking because we've heard from agents that has been happening, and I just wanted to verify if it is or isn't.
No, for us, really, the DSNP product is totally under Medicare, so it reports to a different leader, and we don't really have the day-to-day oversight or even insight, probably, as much as maybe we perhaps should sometimes, especially if they're dual eligible. But I know that we have some degree of coordination in terms of community events and things like that, making sure that we're not, out talking to the same provider and saying slightly related but not identical things, and trying to stay coordinated that way. We also try to, fund certain community events together where we can, but it is a separate product.
Great, and they do coordinate together. Yeah. Thank you so much. Committee, other questions for our MCOs? Seeing none, thank you so much for all of you being here with us today.
Thank you.
Committee, I'm next going to call on Elizabeth for her to share with you going over our tasks sheet. Committee, this is tiny print, we realize, but it is available on that will be up on the screen. It's also available as in your testimonies as well. I asked for us to have paper copies because I like to take notes, and that was confirmed by a couple of our other members.
Did you look on his house?
Could you scroll down a little bit? So, scroll down and scroll over. Yeah, that looks good. Go back up. Okay, so there, perfect. So we have. Well, we've redesigned the spreadsheet to hopefully give us a little bit more data when we get to the end of the year, and I apologize on how it printed, but it is paperless, and so if you go into the PDF, you can zoom in individually on your screens to make it bigger, but I will work on the font. Oh, I'm sorry. and Gabe is going to zoom in as we talk about each of the lines. But you will see at the top, we have the presenter topic, and then the next column over is a new addition. It's a topic list from KSA 39.7,160, which is what your committee is tasked with. And so there's 7 different drop downs in the future that you'll see, which are savings, effectiveness, workforce funding, waiver capacity, reinvestment, access, operations. So if you do not like any of these choices that we've put in there, those are all changeable to whatever you want to make them. And there is also a topic of 2002 spreadsheet because we brought those over at the end as well. The next section is the quarterly meeting that the topic is heard at, then where it came from, and the what agency is, and then who's assigned, either an agency and then both agencies, and if it's both agencies, they each have a line to talk about, and then the federal site, if there is one, about the topic, so we can reference back. Whether or not the state can change the issue. So, it's a yes/no question for the agency to answer. And then there's another drop down for them, for the agency to complete about source of issue drop down. So you see various, we're working with them, other workforce funding, federal regulations. So that list can be adjusted going forward. And then the next one is a time frame that the agency has completed to say how quickly they can change something. So it's 0 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months, those time frames for you. If there's a site available, and then you'll see quarter 2, and that's the agency answer for this quarter. There's another section for the MCO with very similar information. So whenever the MCO has an answer, that's the section you'll see it. And then the last column is the KLRD section, and we'll have the status of where it's at, if it's open, closed, etc. So.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Please don't misunderstand. We really appreciate your effort in putting together the spreadsheet.
And then to clarify, so the spreadsheet is the first 3 pages, and then you'll see the next 2 pages, we pulled over your previous legislative actions. And for those looking on the website, these are listed separately as spreadsheet B. You don't need to show it. And then there's a legend page as well. So, which is also listed separately on the website.
Thank you very much. All right, committee, we are going to begin, of course, with number 1, and that would be with KDHE on the dental passport update. Sarah?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you like, KDHE only has 5 items on the spreadsheet, so we can take them all.
Do that.
Okay. Sure. So the first item for us is on line 4 of the spreadsheet, and this is requesting an update on the dental passport. In February, Oral Health Kansas testified about the work that they're doing to create a dental passport, and this is a document that's intended for use by individuals with disabilities. You can fill out information about your background, what your needs are when it comes to dental care, and then the notion is that you can then take this document from provider to provider and you don't have to repeat your whole story again and again. So Oral Health Kansas presented this document to KDHE for review back in February. We approved it, and so my understanding is that now Oral Health Kansas and the MCOs are partnering to distribute this document so that individuals with disabilities can use it as they seek dental care.
Committee, I'm thinking we should probably show this as complete. What is your pleasure? I'm seeing a lot of head nods. All right, we will mark that as complete. Sarah, continue.
Sure. So the next item for us, I believe, is on line 8. It has to do with internships and apprenticeships. And the question we were asked to answer is what internships or apprenticeships are available in the programs that your agency oversees? So generally speaking, KDHE is currently in the process of creating an agency internship program. The intention is to help build our agency workforce, and the Public Health and Environment divisions of KDHE currently have 3 internship opportunities. The Medicaid division of KDHE is assessing where we might build out internship opportunities, particularly in the areas of policy, Medicaid finance, and clinical. But we do not have internships available yet on the Medicaid side.
And what was that number again?
I had it on line 8 on my spreadsheet.
Number 5. Okay. What internships? Okay, I was looking at 8, so we were just clarifying. So this is
yes,
item
apologies.
number 5.
Yeah, we didn't have the document with the numbers on the spreadsheet, so I will refer to that one instead.
All right.
So it is item 6. Thank you.
And I believe Representative Landwehr was suggesting that we keep this on, and I agree. Do we have any other discussion? All right, continue.
Sure. So the next item for our response is the one immediately below that, which asks what restrictions apply to limit internships or apprenticeships in the programs that your agency oversees. Our answer is quite simple. It is the limitations on any funding that we have to be able to pay the interns. That's essentially it.
Sarah, if I could, right below that is more discussion regarding restrictions for certified nursing aid include, and you've got the trainee. Is that still part of you?
No, I believe that would be KDADS.
Oh, it does. It is KDADS. I apologize. That is KDADS. So yours is the only one with that. So KDADS is also part of number 6. Okay, so we'll go with the ones that are just you, and all you were saying is the ability to offer interns, the only limitations that you're seeing as far as an ability to offer internships. What about unpaid internships? We hear about that all the time, especially like college students, et cetera, that have unpaid internships. What do you hear about that?
Sure. So, I mean, theoretically, that's something we could offer. It's harder to attract folks to internships if you can't pay them. We do have a program, this is a long-standing program where we have pharmacy students through the KU School of Pharmacy. They cycle through for about a one-month rotation with KDHE. They receive college credit for it, and I believe the school actually pays us for that internship. But so that's kind of a longer standing, but in terms of, bringing folks in to learn about Medicaid and hopefully build our workforce, that's something that would be limited by funding.
Committee, I don't see that we need anything more from them on that. Unless you do, I think we could close this. From KDAG, all in agreement? Nodded heads. Okay, Sarah, continue.
Sure. So the next item for us is on line 7. And the question is, what is the history of centralized credentialing in Kansas? And so from the standpoint of the Medicaid program, to us, centralized credentialing means that the state handles the credentialing process rather than farming it out to the 3 MCOs. That is not something the Medicaid program has ever done. So that's our response to that. That's not something we have done in Medicaid. We are exploring it, however.
Representative Landwehr.
We've actually looked at that before, Madam Chair, and perhaps we could have one of our MCOs that was involved in that discussion respond to this. Is there anyone that can do that for us? Back when Adam Proffitt was Medicaid director.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Carrie Kimes with United Healthcare. I'm the Director of Provider Relations and Network Strategy. So the project that we worked on when Adam Proffitt was here was really more centralized enrollment, right? So there's really a 3-step process that providers go through to get fully into the Medicaid program, which is they go through Medicaid enrollment, which enrolls them into the Medicaid program and gets them the required state Medicaid ID that they have to move into the Medicaid program for MCOs. Then once they get their Medicaid ID that's required, then they move into credentialing. Once they complete credentialing, then they go into step 3, which is contracting. And that's the piece that, excuse me, the MCOs complete that legal agreement. And so what Adam established, I think went into effect in 2019, was centralized enrollment. So providers could go into the portal that was created, submit all their documents to complete enrollment into the Medicaid program one time, and then all those documents that are submitted to the KMAP portal for provider enrollment that is packaged up and sent over to the managed care organizations. So we have all of that and don't have to ask for all of those documents again. So then when we start credentialing, we go through all of that information and only have to ask for documents that were not collected as part of the enrollment process from a provider instead of the whole package all over again.
Representative Landwehr.
I'm glad you remembered that, because then it finally rang a bell. It was like we took the idea of centralized credentialing to about the 3/4 mark.
Yes, ma'am.
And it had to go back to the MCOs to finish it. We could not do it 100%.
Correct. And I think, if you don't mind me adding, I think where providers get confused, we use the term credentialing synonymously for a very distinct three-step process, right? There's enrollment, there's credentialing, and there's contracting. We have centralized enrollment, right? So now what we're talking about is centralized credentialing, which would be having one entity complete step 2, which is all the credentialing. Now, the contracting obviously would always have to stay individual to the MCOs. So hopefully that clarifies that for you.
Yep, it does. So I think it's probably something we can remove.
I agree. Any head nods? Everybody agrees? All right. Thank you, Representative Landwehr. And thank you for coming forward to help us out here. Sarah?
Sure. All right. So just one more item left for KDHE response, and that is at the very bottom of page 1. It is item number 8. And the question we were asked to answer is, what Medicaid fraud training is KDHE providing to the public and/or agencies? We have partnered with the Attorney General's Office and the Medicaid Inspector General's Division to provide that training. I believe that started sometime around the summer of last year, maybe perhaps fall of last year. The next round of trainings is going to be held in May, and they're available to, it's part of the required training for everyone who starts working with the Medicaid agency. But we also open it up to members of the public as well. So that's something that we've already done.
Representative Landwehr.
I think we could remove it.
I agree. Head nods. All in favor of removing it? All right. It's been removed, and that's your last one.
It sure is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And next we'll go to KDADS.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Hayden, KDADS LTSS Commissioner. And the issues I have on my sheet, and I'm not sure if it's lining up quite with yours, is about DME providers for infant and toddlers and access for pre-K timeline to obtain seating.
Yes, it's number 2 on our list.
Okay, so number 2 then. When provider submits request for DME with the MCOs, they have a 14-day turnaround. I understand there are some issues with finding providers to specialize in this area. Also, there's some other requirements we need to probably take a look at to streamline this better. I will let the MCOs comment further on that. I know they've been doing some work on making this a better process so that children can get the specialized seating or DME equipment they need. I also know that KDHE is working on looking at what the process is and how to help make that easier for families to obtain.
Committee, I feel like that KDADS has answered our question, which was what are the requirements and who should do these. But I think we may have for the MCOs a little bit later where they could address that. But for now, I think we can close that as far as they're concerned. All in agreement? Yep. Okay. Proceed.
Then we have the status update on PASSAR backlog. I think Drew spoke about this morning, that they've made a lot of progress in addressing the backlog.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We're just trying to figure out where are you again? We were looking at number 3, the delay in access. Have you addressed that one for pre-kindergarten?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, that. It's pretty much the same answer on the delay, that we need to figure out where the delays are, if this is a provider issue or a systems issue, so that we can make sure children get those services.
But you don't know what those are yet, so I believe we'll leave that open.
Yes, I think you should. Yeah, thank you.
Committee agreed?
Yep.
All right. Now we should be ready for line item number 4.
Right. So 3 to 6 month behind on the reviewing of the clinical assessments referrals, and this was addressed by Drew this morning regarding the I think this is the PASSAR question, correct? Yeah. So yeah, the backlog has been. They've made a lot of progress on that. The care team has been able to relieve temporary work staff because the work is lightening and the tactics and strategies to deploy to help with the efficiency of the care responses for Medicaid applications. More detailed information will be included in the agency report out and presentation that we would respectfully ask for this item to be removed as resolved.
Okay. Committee, we're all in agreement? All right, it has been completed. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Hunter. There you are.
It's part of 5A, or part of 5, this is the agency response to 5.
So we're on number 5, what internship apprenticeships are available in the program your agency oversees? KDADS answered, KDAG answers, do you have an answer for us?
We do. So I'm Lacey Hunter, also with KDADS. I'm going to do the next few for us. So we do not currently have any intern or apprenticeship programs within our agency. The governor's office, which the governor created the Office of Apprenticeships last fall, that is supposed to be including positions for training such as certified nurse aides, which would be something under our purview. We have not seen information on that, but we are happy to work with their office to create any sort of programs that they could work through. That kind of leads into the next one where we're also asked to answer about any restrictions on those. And we did have a little bit different answer, especially with the CNA program being called out in the Office of Apprenticeships. So for the CNA program, in the state of Kansas, we require that you have taken the first part of the CNA course. So that would be 40 hours of classroom and didactic. And that makes you what is called a trainee 2. Federally, that same program, the nurse aid training program, the minimum requirement is that you have 16 hours of training before you have resident care. So we did see those as a restriction for those internship programs. I think that's 6 and 7, I believe.
Right, so I think it's 5 and 6.
5 and 6.
And before we move on, committee, what are your thoughts? I'm in agreement with removing it. Everybody in favor? Okay. Continue.
So then, I'm sorry, I'm really bad at numbers. So we're on 7, the history of centralized credentialing, am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So we took this a little bit differently. I was thinking credentialing as in occupational credentialing for individuals, not credentialing for Medicaid eligibility. So our information that we provided is slightly different, but we did look into the legislature's adoption of CCR on Senate Bill 66, which included the original language from the Bill 2388, which basically assigns the Department of Administration the task of creating a centralized database for credentialing of individuals. We are happy to help their office with any of that information that they need. Of the individuals that we credential here at KDADS, we do have an electronic option to view their credentialing as it is right now, but happy to work with the Department of Administration to centralize that however they see fit.
Yes, we're both sitting here confused on how you're using the term credentialing.
So I think that's where there was a little bit of confusion earlier. So when we read the question of the history of centralized credentialing in Kansas, I think KDHE read that question and asked for the history of centralized credentialing for a Medicaid participant.
Okay, credentialing of.
So they were talking about credentialing of say like an individual into Medicaid. We were discussing the credentialing of say an individual to become like a nurse or a teacher or a CNA. So that's yes, I think.
Okay, so the original question was about credentialing providers for Medicaid.
Correct.
So if you were to answer that question, how would you answer that question?
I would have to take that back. I apologize. I don't know much about what our agency does as far as credentialing of providers.
Okay. Yes, Representative Concanon.
Thank you. That question really would not apply to you, Lacey, as for what I was looking for. So thank you for trying.
Yes.
So we will close that question.
Thank you. Okay, so that was 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, I believe is my next one. Update on the Wichita State Hospital. Am I tracking right, or did I skip some for KDADS?
Yes,
I
Representative
think the
Lambert.
confusion is it shouldn't be Wichita State. It's probably Wichita area.
Is it a state, maybe it's a state hospital located in Wichita?
I think it's a further extension of what Mike was discussing earlier, and Secretary Howard added on to with the discussions that our agency has had with Sedgwick County in building a new state hospital in Sedgwick County. And within that, she did give a pretty robust update, and I would basically just be repeating her if I read this. So,
Representative Landwehr.
Yeah, we probably just need to figure out how to reword that just because of the issue we're dealing with the Wichita State KU biological facility.
maybe
Yeah,
just
so we keep
renaming it on the. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
That's fine. Thank you.
Perhaps Sedgwick County State Hospital or something
There
of
we
that
go.
nature.
Yeah, Sedgwick County would be good because I think we've said it could be regional down there.
All right, go ahead, Lacey.
That is where I actually hand the baton back. Michelle will be handling the rest of them for our agency, but I will be here for questions.
So, Lacey, if you could come back. So since this is still a kind of an ongoing process, we will leave this open. Everybody's in agreement? Yes. Right, thank you, committee.
I have
Line
the
item
next on the
13.
Are you ready?
Line item 13?
It's IDD waiting list.
Yes.
Right, as I said earlier today, we are, upon passage of the budget, KDADS will work to submit to CMS an application for the community support waiver as recommended by the 2022 Special Committee on IDD Waiver Modernization, and add a budget provisor to KDADS for FY24 budget. We also anticipate requesting CMS to approve FMAP funds to hire staff and build a provider network as we're working towards that goal. The waiting list study is underway with KDADS, and they are currently gathering data on waiting list persons to help determine support needs so we can model what potential costs might be.
Thank you. We are all concerned about that wait list, and the committee, if you're in agreement, I'm pleased to see the steps that the department is taking, but we're going to leave it on here so that we can see the progress. Committee, are you in agreement? Yes, Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I might mention that we might change it to the community support waiver instead of the community service waiver, just so we don't get confused.
Everybody in agreement with that? I'm in agreement as well. So, Elizabeth, if you could make note of that. Thank you, Representative Carpenter. So we're moving on to number 14.
IDD Behavioral Health Crisis Services. For 2024, KDAD's budget includes $2.1 million for a crisis services pilot with a requirement to submit a report on the development of the program in Health and Social Services budget subcommittees. KDADS will consult with stakeholders to implement this pilot.
Committee, are you in agreement with keeping this on? Okay, we are keeping it. And now we'll move on to number 15.
So I have down here CARES assessment. I will refer you back to our earlier discussion on removing that as we've been caught up on the CARES assessments.
Are we looking at the same one? Kansas should adopt language for assistive services that's similar to technology first to states.
I had CARES assessment again on this, so I can move to assistive services. So KDADS is kicking off our IDD renewal process on April 26th. One of our 4 focus groups will discuss assistive technology services. We are also using ARPA funds to explore assistive technology and how it can be used to increase independence for waiver participants. So we're working on that, basically.
I see that the request was that you should adopt language for assistive services similar to technology first, and it sounds like you're meeting with them, but that has not yet been adopted, so we'll keep that on if that's in agreement with the committee. Okay?
Thank you. I have next the KMIS updates. Is that what you have? Okay. KDADS met with representatives from K4AD, ADRCs in January to discuss concerns related to eligibility data in both the Medicaid and KDADS KMIS system. KDADS will be providing more timely and routine reporting to the ADRCs for timely HCBS assessments. KDADS continues to work to establish meeting with KMIS system users and stakeholders in order to seek input on modernization opportunities for the future. The legislature has proposed funding in SFY 24 to study KMIS, which can include looking at improving integrations with other systems, including with KDHE's Medicaid system.
All right, the way I read this, it ends with the KMIS reports are inaccurate. And so are we showing that this is now going to be accurate? I'm trying to understand how the question was addressed.
So I think that as I understand it, and I'm not in charge of KMIS, but there has been funding put in the budget to update KMIS and make it more user-friendly and accessible to our providers. They have to put a lot of information in there, but they're wanting more reports out of it. And I can't address specifically what is inaccurate, but we can review that with the assessors.
All right, it looks like then they're working on it, but it's something we need to keep on here so that we can assess that. Are we in agreement, committee? Yeah. Right?
Okay. The next one I have on here is lack of supports for ABA therapy. Is this what you have too? Okay. The state has increased, in 2019, we did increase our rates for ABA therapy. The state expanded the types and numbers of providers who can bill KanCare. While we're certifying a lot of ABA providers, we aren't seeing many that are coming over to serve our KanCare children. So we need to look into that further to see why they are not doing with Medicaid, whether that's because of costs or whether that's an enrollment issue. We're not sure, so we need to do more study on that.
Good. We will keep that and look forward to the report back to us at the next Bethel meeting.
Yep.
Yes. Representative Reese.
Can we also, with that, there's issues with age groups for the applied behavioral analysis. And I can't remember what the age limit is right now. Do you by any chance?
It's for ABA it's 0 to 21, and I think if I'm remembering correctly, people were talking about wanting it to be available for adults as well. That would require a state plan amendment and a budget adjustment. We're happy to look at that, but right now we are focusing on getting the children served.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear, right now, that service can be provided up to age 21 right
Correct.
now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
And if I remember correctly, I think it's because the assessment was originally, whenever you create an assessment, you have to have the model class. And so the original model was based upon young people who are under 21. And so you cannot just automatically take that and apply it to older people. There would have to be a different model that was created.
That's true, and ABA therapy is really designed for children, and it's best used for children the way it's designed to get the outcomes they're looking for.
All right, so we say that they have increased the rate, but you are going to look into why we don't have more providers signing up, and as such, we would go ahead and keep it for that purpose.
Right, so the rate was increased in 2019, I believe, so it's been a little while, so I'm not sure what the competitive rates look like right now.
And when you come back to us, maybe you can talk to us, address that, because you said that could have been one of the factors.
Yes.
Was the reimbursement rate.
Yep.
All right, we'll move on to the next one.
Respite care on the TA waiver. So the TA waiver, currently under the TA waiver, respite care has to be delivered by a registered nurse. As you know, we have a major struggle finding nurses. I am working with a work group of TA families. One of the suggestions is to have a self-directed option for respite, not necessarily a nurse being the provider, but a trained person outside of that. That might open up that service more, given that we have a shortage of nurses in Kansas.
Okay, committee, any questions about that? Yes, Senator Petty.
But that also requires a waiver.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say that then that need has been met, so committee, maybe we should keep that on here, in agreement. And I think that's it for KDADS.
I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Hauser, and I want to introduce myself. I'm the Health Services Officer for Aetna Better Health of Kansas. I'm relatively new to my position and don't know how to adjust the microphone. There we go. I'm relatively new to my role as Health Services Officer, and this is my first time presenting before this committee. I'm presenting, I'm not sure what the line number is. There it is. The total count of prior auths requested or received. Line 9. Thank you very much. And so I'm presenting on behalf of all three MCOs, Aetna, Sunflower, and United. And if you have questions about the specific numbers from an MCO, each of us has representatives in the room to stand by for your questions. So in terms of prior auth rules, I wanted to give a little bit of context. All three MCOs are NCQA accredited, which means that we follow the National Committee for Quality Assurance accreditation standards for prior auth processes and timeliness. We also have the contractual of 72 hours turnaround with KanCare. We've all been audited multiple times against the NCQA standards. Additionally, we also complete an annual ECRO, or External Quality Review Organization, audit, where an independent third party reviews our utilization management and other items to see if we're in compliance with the KanCare contract. Thank you. With that background, I'd like to share the numbers, and I think, well, we can't see it on the, are we able to, yes, we're able to see it on the screens. Okay. So,
we can see it there.
Would you like for me to read the numbers, or is?
No, I don't think that's necessary. I mean, we can see it's 38.5, 37, and 19.8 relatively in relation to Aetna, United, and Sunflower, and that the standard is 72 hours. Are we understanding that correctly?
Yes.
All right. Committee, they have answered the question. I think we can close this if you're all in agreement. I'm seeing head nods.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And we're line item 10.
Oh, that's me. Okay, sorry. I didn't know I had 3 lines. I'll take it. Okay, and so line item 10 is the same information, only for Aetna. The first one's for Sunflower, and so this one is for Aetna. The same question on the prior auth information.
The question is, what's the number of prior authorization requests received for your MCO in the 2022 calendar year?
And so Aetna's is 11,458 are reported. We did pay 22,000 inpatient stays approximately. And our denials show med necessity and administrative denials both.
If I could clarify, committee, help me if you think I'm misspeaking, but it says, what's the number of prior authorizations? And it seems like the answer is only due to inpatient. There are lots of other prior authorizations regarding tests, labs, et cetera. I would like to leave this open, committee, to have all the prior authorizations and then have those categorized for us. Yes.
Yes, you may.
I apologize. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. When we were trying to pull the information together, I think the way that the question came over, it was very broad. And so when we started pulling data together, it was completely all over the board, essentially. So we tried to limit it to inpatient so we could at least try to get some semblance of an apples to apples comparison. And I don't think we were able to really fully get even there just with inpatient. So I would say it's a very sort of broad question. We'd love to partner with you to figure out how we can get to those numbers. Certainly we want to share those numbers, all of us do, but I think we need really specific data parameters in order to make sure that our queries are identical so that we're giving you like-minded answers, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. Committee, I would be happy to work with the MCOs to come up with better parameters for the pre-authorizations. We get this question all the time. Yes. Oh, yes, Representative Reese.
Thank you for doing that. Are you talking about like categories?
Yes, I am talking about categories.
Perfect.
Great. And if you have suggestions, please get those to me, because I think we're going to need more than just they were admitted or not admitted, or we authorized their admittance.
Well, it's a lot of layers of complexity. So there are, prior authorization requests that come in. Some MCOs don't prior auth the same thing, but they automatically approve certain services up front. So we all have very different processes and protocols in place. So I think we have to, again, clarify the questions and then also look at, because I think ultimately we're trying to figure out, are people receiving the services that they need in our hospitals and other facility types being reimbursed in the right way? And I think to get to that, we probably also need to look at, of the denied authorizations, how many are actually appealed and how many are actually overturned after that appeal? And what are the reasons for that appeal? We haven't seen a major increase in our appeals volumes over the past several years. And a lot of the reason that a prior authorization is denied more often than not is because of lack of clinical information. So when that clinical data is provided to us, we go ahead and authorize the service. So again, layers of complexity, and I think there's more than one bite at the apple when it comes to prior authorization. There's ongoing concurrent reviews and all sorts of other stuff. I think that in order to really get to it, it's more than just categories. I think categories gets it a layer lower, but I really think we probably need to resume. I know that there was a former work group on this topic that met every quarter with the Medical Society and the Hospital Association. We reviewed those numbers very closely before the pandemic on a quarterly basis. We would be more than happy to re-engage in such a work group. I believe that my other MCO peers would as well. So I think that if we can work at it in a collaborative way to really get to these answers, we would be in great shape.
Thank you for that. I agree with everything you said. And I would like to then, where it says what's the number of pre-authorizations, to say that we reestablish this group if you need this committee to request that group be reestablished.
We will take that as a request, and we will work with the Medical Association and other stakeholders to see who wants to be a part of it, and try to sort of rehash the old agendas that used to be standing and try to follow those formats, because I think they had worked out a lot of the details there.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually don't remember asking so many questions previously, but they've all been, no, I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to make a comment. But I asked a lot of questions apparently a few months ago on pre-authorizations. But I just want to say that the reason I'm asking questions, I want the MCOs to do well and succeed and to be healthy and profit and make a profit. But I also don't want to have it on the backs of the providers. And I go home and I hear from the providers about sitting on the phone on hold for hours at a time. And maybe these are just anecdotal situations, but I'm asking the questions because I don't want that burden to be passed on to someone else. So I guess I just wanted to clarify that all my questions on this are not any kind of a gotcha. I just really want to know the answers to this and see if we can. I appreciate the committee and see if we can find some solutions.
And Representative Concanon, I appreciate that because what we hear is anecdotal. And so oftentimes if we can state, well, actually, they state that they have answered within this number of hours, et cetera, that helps us to be able to respond. And we have one more. Item line number 11. This is the number of outright denied admissions in your MCO for the 2022 calendar year.
Yes, we're on a roll, so I'll just finish this off. In terms of denials, so Aetna had 1,800 and change, United had 2,300 and change, and Sunflower had a little over 1,000. What we found out after we submitted this data and just talking amongst ourselves is that we did not pull this data in the same way. So some of us pulled denials from just medical necessity, right? And others pulled denials for medical necessity and for administrative reasons. Administrative reasons could be like the member ID number is missing or the NPI is missing, things that just simply prevent us from being able to pay a claim. So even though the numbers are here in front of you, I just want to caution the committee to say that they're not necessarily indicative of a true range or rate, and certainly not amongst ourselves, just because we didn't do apples to apples. And in addition to that, I think, again, I think we can take the denial and really look at the denial reasons as part of our analysis in the future. That's really going to help, hopefully actually drive improvement, because we don't actually want to have denials and overturns. All of that adds burden to the system. We're not looking to do that. What we would like to do is have correct information submitted to us at the front end so we can quickly approve it and everybody moves on.
Great. I think then I would request that we keep this open and that this, not you either, that we have this data then is put together in such a way that apples to apples, as you were saying, but also I think the committee would appreciate having the denial, the reason this was resolved, whatever that may be, because otherwise it just looks like, okay, we had 1,000 denials, well, why, and et cetera. And so if you could put that together for us for next time, that would be terrific.
Yeah, I think that we should do this as part of that work group, because I really think, again, even denial reasons themselves and making sure that we are pulling identical reasons, all of that's going to take some collaboration.
Yes, yes. I think that's what she just said. Yes, yes, Senator Penn.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Representative Concanon.
Yeah, and I think we're all getting to the same point. I think maybe we could take it off as far as on the worksheet, but just ask for a report from their committee.
Quarterly, yeah. If we what I would like to see happen is we would resume those quarterly meetings. We would have data that we review every quarter. And I think we can include the committee on the CC line, making sure that you have line of sight to those reports.
I'm fine with that. However, I'd like to keep it on here and keep it open just so that we remember that next time when you give the report, we'll take it off then. How's that
sounds
sound?
great.
Are you guys in agreement? All right. And I think that concludes. Am I right, Elizabeth? Okay. Committee, as was mentioned, there is some other information that was on here for legislative review, just from previous Bob Bethell meetings. And committee, is there any other business I've overlooked? The minutes, thank you. And the minutes were sent out and they were emailed, is that correct? No, they're posted. I know that I read through them thoroughly. Committee, do I have a motion to approve the minutes? So moved from Representative Concanon, seconded from Representative Landwehr, and the minutes have been approved. And committee, we are adjourned.